All right. I am back. I tried to hustle all the way to get ready for the stream. I know I am quite a bit late. And when I mean quite a bit, I mean really late. But I am back enough to cover this tornado outbreak here that is ongoing over portions of Missouri and Illinois. It is 5:21 Central Daylight Time. And we have 3 tornado warnings, one of which have been confirmed, 2 of which have had a history of producing tornadoes. Let's start out with the tornado warning up in the north. This tornado warning here is for Adair, Lynn, Sullivan, and Macon counties, and that'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in those areas, you guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Locations impacted include Elmer, Ethel, South Gifford, New Boston, and Winnigan. If you guys live in those areas, you guys need to watch out as much as possible, because you do have a tornado that's had a history of producing a tornado, which was over near Linnaeus. So areas, as I said, Guilford, Elmer, Ethel, even out in front of it, Kirksville. Kirksville looks like it has a bit of population to it. Millard, La Plata. You guys need to go ahead and watch out. So big thing here, big time showers and thunderstorms here. Unfortunately, this is really far away from the radar, so I can't exactly go into detail about where everything is, but I do have a general idea as to how the supercell actually has formed here. If I can actually go over to my task manager, I can restart my Epic Pen here and be able to draw it out for you all. But you can already see a little bit of a hooking characteristic right just to the south of Winnigan, and right about here is where the hook is. So right in front of the hook, right about there is where the actual tornado most likely could be if it were to drop. The rotation in itself isn't anything too ordinary to look at. A lot of just scattered velocities across the board. I'm going to try and take storm motion from warning, and there is a little bit of rotation just to the north of Winnigan. Just over here, you can see a lot of this overlapping where you have these bright oranges moving away, and then you have these grays moving towards. A little bit of broad rotation in this area, this counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, just to the north and east of Winnigan. But still, regardless, there's a little bit of rotation in that general vicinity. Would not be surprised if they got some more activity later on, and even further down the line towards Kirksville, which does seem to be where the storm actually is heading off to. So you guys really need to watch out for this as this continues to move about. Moving down to the south, we're going to go over to the experimental radar over here if it works, and it doesn't look like it will work. So we're going to go over to Kansas City's radar and try to decipher this. This is a tornado warning for Cooper County in Missouri, and that'll be in effect until this seems to be 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, this has had a confirmed tornado with this, and if you guys live in areas near Boonville, Bunceton, Prairie Home, and Woldridge, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Right now, this is currently over Bunston. You can see how you have a bit of an overlapping characteristic right here. In the velocities, you have these stronger oranges moving away from the radar, and the kind of gapping of... Well, actually, this is a better way of looking at it. We're going to take a look at it with the storm relative velocities. Red's moving away, green's moving towards this counterclockwise rotation is where the tornadic rotation actually is. If this thing does have a tornado, that's where it would actually be, and it is expected to move off towards the Prairie Home areas and maybe even towards the Woldridge areas, eventually heading off towards I-70, maybe near Columbia. So if you live in those areas, got to watch out for the storm, and if you're right near the thunderstorm, I highly recommend getting into a safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Moving off towards the north and east, we have a tornado warning over here that's heading off into Illinois. Tornado warning for Calhoun, Greene, and Pike counties in Illinois, as well as Pike County and Missouri. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. If you guys live in Pleasant Hill and Pittsfield, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I've been told to check Twitter. I am going to take a look at Twitter, and this was the tornado over near Purdon. So this was in northern Missouri, and look at this. This is a massive tornado here. Look at that. This is from quite a distance, but you can clearly see the massive cone tornado here that was present from this storm. And so that's what we can expect here today. I said in this morning's video that we could potentially see some tornadoes, some of which could be strong, and we do have that activity here as this continues to move about. If you guys do find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder, so that way I can try to get the information out as much as possible to as many people as possible. That would be greatly appreciated. And please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media to try and get the word out as much as possible, as well as to like the live stream so that I can get this onto YouTube's algorithm so that we can spread this live stream out to more and more people on the platform. That way, if there's more and more people who need this type of information, they can go to my live stream and get it. Let's go back over towards the radars here and try and take a look at some of these other storms. I'm actually going to bring up another application here from GR2 Analyst, and I'm going to put a new radar up near Springfield, and that way we may be able to cover more ground there, because it does seem as if these lines of showers and thunderstorms have extended a bit further towards the south and even into places of Oklahoma and Arkansas. So definitely a lot of activity here from this that I can already tell. So there's the new application there. It looks like the new tornado warning or not the new tornado warning. It looks like the tornado warning that was over in Cooper County is now expired or has actually been canceled. So definitely one of those things where you guys are going to want to take a note of that. Even though the threat has diminished, the threat for tornadoes is still possible across the board. So definitely something to watch out for as well in that sense. Also, I'm going to be trying to multitask with chat and the stream here too. So if I do see your comment, I'll try and respond to it. If I don't take it personally, because I'm kind of, you know, on my heels at the moment, getting home for the stream, trying to hustle as quickly as I can. House Springs, Missouri, are they fine? Let's take a look and see. I'm gonna look up here and see if they should be all right. So House Springs, Missouri is in the St. Louis general vicinity. They will get your showers and thunderstorms sometime later on this evening, heading towards the 8 to 9 o'clock hours, sometime maybe around 8 o'clock, I'd say. And so if you live in those areas, not just, you know, in House Springs, but in the general St. Louis metro area, highly recommend watching out for your showers and thunderstorms to move on through it around that time frame. What should you expect in Wentzville? So Wentzville is kind of about the same thing. They're expected to get some showers and thunderstorms. If you're a little bit further, if you're a bit west of St. Louis, then expect it a little bit earlier than 8 o'clock. If you're a little bit east or north, well, I should say east or south, then expect it a little bit later. But the time frame around 8 to 9 o'clock is pretty consistent. So if you guys live in that general vicinity, highly recommend having a proper plan of action in case the worst does occur within your area. It does look like the tornado warning over that's crossing into Illinois has been updated. So it's not a new tornado warning, but it is an updated tornado warning. And I need to close out of this or find a new radar site. What am I going to do with this? Let's put it up in Lincoln. We'll put that up there. Where was the tornado? The tornado was over in Purdon. There's been a new report of a tornado. Up here in Winnegan. A tornado has crossed over Highway 129 near Winnegan, Missouri, per storm chaser, located 2 miles north of New Boston. So there's a new tornado that is on the ground right now that is heading off towards the general vicinity of Gifford and Kirksville. So if you live in that area, specifically around State Highway 11, as well as Highway 129, guys, got to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. All right, this is the time for you to get into your safe space. You got to think about your safety in this instance. And so that's the main thing here that we're trying to do on this channel. So get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So that's the big thing here. This is a new confirmed or a new tornado report here. Probably will lead to a new confirmed tornado warning. I'm going to pull up IEM bot here to try and get the latest information for you all. As I said, I'm not exactly as organized as I would be for a typical stream, and I apologize for that. I've been running around practically all day, but that's no excuse. So let's see, which service issued this warning? Kansas City. Kansas City. Kansas City, Pleasant Hill. Enable audio alerts. We got that going. All right, we got that. We're going to add St. Louis. We're going to add Springfield. What I'm doing right now, guys, is I am getting live updates from the National Weather Service. I am plugging it in here to this bot, and it's going to tell me all sorts of stuff. If you hear a little jingle in the background, that tells you that something new has came in. And I will occasionally look up to the top, to my top screen. All right, I got everything up to date here, and I think I'm good in that sense. So we're going to hope that everything is fine here for the most part. We're going to continue to look out throughout most of these storms. Big thing here that I do want to mention is that even though there are only a couple of tornado warnings, look at how many flash flood warnings there are over here in Illinois. And you might be able to tell at the top left-hand corner, that's actually a warning map. And there is a plethora amount of flash flood warnings over in California due to the bomb cyclone that is currently making landfall over there in the northwest. So a lot of activity over here that is starting to kind of register. We'll begin to see how this unfolds more and more as the event goes along, but so far there has been quite a lot of activity, to say the least. I'm just taking a look. Tyler pinged me. Tornado damage in Linneus. Yeah, look at that. So that's some damage over there. Appears to be an oil tanker with a couple of housing, maybe not houses. It might actually be shacks. But regardless, there are some structures that have been destroyed here. And it does look like they might have been some form of shack or small buildings. So maybe EF1 to EF2 damage. I'd say EF2 damage maybe. But regardless, it tells you that we've had some pretty strong tornadoes here for the most part. And we'll go back to the picture of the tornado here from Matt Scheiss. I'll actually retweet it for you all. I mean, look at this, guys. Pretty large tornado here that is pretty evident from this picture. So we can expect more of this here today, and we're going to continue to cover it as much as possible. As I said, we have live radar analysis. I'm going to try and give you guys as many ideas as to where these storms are as possible. New mesoscale discussion here for the event over in Missouri. What a mesoscale discussion is it's basically when the Storm Prediction Center issues either a summary or a detailed discussion about what the event is doing and what it could potentially do. From the graphic here, if I zoom into the graphic, you can see that we have areas in this red bubble, if you will, and that says that severe and tornado threat continues across Tornado Watch 531. That's the watch number of how many watches we've had so far this year. And then we also have these little black bubbles with dotted lines in the middle, and it says that greatest short-term tornado threats are within those areas, which is kind of where Columbia is at the moment, as well as that confirmed tornado that has been up in northern portions of Missouri for quite some time. So quite a lot of activity that's really starting to kind of register here, and we'll talk about it here with this summary. The threat for severe storms, including tornadoes, continues across Tornado Watch 531 in central Missouri and is expected to persist through the remainder of the evening. The greatest short-term threat is associated with storms immediately ahead of the cold front and in proximity to the warm front, though the severe threat may increase further south with time, which is what we've expected and anticipated with our videos that we talked about this morning. Multiple sustained semi-discrete supercell structures are in progress across portions of north central into central Missouri, immediately ahead of a cold front and within proximity to diffuse warm front. In addition, storms are also attempting to mature further south along the cold front into southwest Missouri, as well as with a second confluence zone east of SGF, which is just Springfield. Tornadoes have been reported over the past few hours across northern central Missouri, with storms closer to the warm front, where the latest METAR observations depict more backed surface flow. These storms have the greatest threat of continued tornado potential in the short term. So basically what they're saying is the further north you go, the higher the tornado potential you actually will have within this risk. So if that makes any sense to any of you all of what I just read. Updates to tornado warning for the Missouri and Illinois storm. Cancels the tornado warning for Pike County in Missouri, but Pike County in Illinois, however, will continue to stay in effect until the top of the hour. So keep in mind with that as this continues to move about. I'm going to try and take a look here. It looks like some of these other showers and thunderstorms on the southern end of the cold front here. You can see this massive line extending down. This is our cold front here that they were talking about. And this will begin to mature more and more as time moves along. Of course, it's not looking any sort of organized at the moment, but is expected to materialize more and more as time continues to progress into the evening and maybe even overnight hours. So we're going to have to watch out for how this continues to mature more and more from this radar station. And then this is the other band of showers and thunderstorms that was east of Springfield that they were talking about. You can see it's a bit of a mess right now. You have some showers and thunderstorms across the board, but nothing really too organized. I'm looking at the enhanced echotops, and what that basically tells us is it tells us how tall some of these showers and thunderstorms could actually be. Areas in the yellows could indicate 30,000 feet and above. Once you start getting into the dark yellows, that's in the higher amounts of 30,000 feet, almost to 40,000 feet. And we do have some of those showers and thunderstorms that actually reach up to that height, ranging from Houston all the way down towards Gentryville. So this general vicinity right here, you could potentially see some severe activity, but I don't see anything tornadic as of right now. And I'm looking in the upper portions of the atmosphere to see if there's anything tornadic within that, because usually what happens is you have rotation that starts in the mid-level portions of the atmosphere and the upper portions of the atmosphere, and it starts to translate down towards the ground. But I didn't see anything of interest there with the velocities, and so nothing to report in that sense. But I'll keep you guys updated in southern portions of Missouri as time continues to progress. One thing I do want to point out here is this cell over here near Humansville. And this cell right here doesn't have a whole lot of energy associated with it, but it's a little kink in the line that could potentially spin up here. You have your reds that are moving away from the radar. You have your greens that are moving towards. Right in the middle, some weak counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. And that's how tornadoes spin. Tornadoes spin in a counterclockwise fashion. So we're going to want to look for that as time continues to progress. So we have a little bit of rotation in that cell south of Elkton, north of Bolivar in Missouri. And that's basically just north of Springfield, Missouri. So if you guys live in that general vicinity, even towards Urbana and Lewisburg, highly recommend watching out for these showers and thunderstorms, as they could potentially become severe and maybe even tornadic later on. Jonathan Farthing, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all the stuff that you guys have done. We're almost up to 500 viewers at the moment. And you guys have been helping me try to spread the information out as much as possible. As I said, keep doing that. Share this live stream with friends and family and also on social media, especially if you know anyone who lives in these areas. As well as by liking the live stream, you actually help me. You actually help me get this live stream out to more people on YouTube. This information can be crucial to people who try and seek it, and especially if people live in these areas. This information can be very helpful. So if you guys would help me by liking the live stream, that would be greatly appreciated. Looking through here, nothing of interest in any of the reports from the National Weather Service, so that is the good news. We're going to take a look back at this tornado warning up in the northern portions of Missouri. This is for Adair County in Missouri, and that will be in effect until that would be 5 minutes from now. So 5 minutes from now, this will be canceled, and at 5:45. But this thing has had a history of producing tornadoes here. We've had when we showed you guys the picture of the tornado, that was over near Purdon and Linnaeus. You can see the tornado report right there. And then you also have another one that's south of Winnigan. And this thing has continuously been giving us a show, I should say, as this continues to move along. So a lot of stuff here that we have been watching live, and we're going to continue to watch how this continues to progress as this moves off towards the north and east. But still, pretty interesting tornado warning. Definitely a concerning situation for Kirksville and Millard. If you live in those areas, I highly recommend going ahead and taking your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. One thing I do want to mention here is I would give you guys some pretty good radar analysis if it wasn't for the fact that this thing is nowhere near a radar. There's the storm that I just circled. We have a radar right here, we have a radar right here, and we have a radar up here, as well as another radar up here. And you can see how far away the actual radars actually are from the storm. And the reason why that is as significant as it is because the radars actually look at a tilt up into a storm. So the further and further away from the radar you are, the higher and higher you're actually looking up into the atmosphere. So that's just one thing to make a note of when we're looking at these storms, is that if you're obviously closer to the radar, it gives you better data to actually depict as to what all is happening. But in this instance, that's not exactly our friend, so we're just going to have to continue to warn people ahead of time and trust the storm chasers that are out in front of these storms to continue to report the instances live. I'm going to take a look over here at St. Louis here real quickly. And then I'm going to take a look at this other tornado warning that's here for Pike County in Illinois. This is in effect. This will be in effect, I should say, until the top of the hour. So if you guys live over near Pittsfield, Detroit, Florence, Milton, Time, even areas around I-72, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of the rotation, here it is. You have your oranges moving away from the radar, your grays and greens moving towards this giant broad rotation of counterclockwise spin is right here. That's where the tornadic rotation would be if I were to look for a tornado. And this will continue to move on through, as I said, towards the interstate. So we really need to watch out for how this continues to progress further along. New tornado watch here. Tornado watch 533 has been issued. And this has been issued for portions of southern Illinois and extreme southeastern portions of Missouri. So definitely something to monitor as this continues to progress. We're going to continue to cover this live all the way through into the latter stages of the evening and even further into the overnight hours. So if you guys want to stay with us as this continues to move about, we will continue to cover it here live for you all with all of this tornadic threat. Let's get to a couple of the donations here, because I really do appreciate the generosity of others to my channel. Judy Menzel with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says rocking it. I am rocking it here. You all are rocking it with me. We're all going to try and be one giant team here to try and help people out, because we need to get this weather information out to as many people as possible. The Real Theo, thank you so much for becoming a weather enthusiast and becoming a channel member on my channel. That is the best way you can support my channel there, guys. If you wanted to support my channel, becoming a channel member is the way to go, and I really do appreciate The Real Theo for doing it. We have over 60 members, so all the members that have actually helped out my channel, I really do appreciate you all. I really do. So thank you so much. I want to take a look back here real quickly, because one thing that's really interesting here is that the algorithm of my radar program here, GR2 Analyst, tells me that there actually is a rotational signature right here. You can see the little arrows creating a bit of a circle that with a bit of an open circle, I should say, right near Detroit in Illinois. And that's one thing that I'm kind of concerned about. Maybe the rotation is starting to get a little bit better defined as this continues to move about. This could potentially be a little bit more significant. If it starts to get its act together, of course, we're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to progress. It's in a very good environment for for wind shear. Wind shear basically helping create strong damaging winds and tornadoes. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to progress further and further towards the north and east. Michael Canales, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. And then Vivian Lund has become a channel member for over 6 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. You live in Murfreesboro, Illinois. How bad do I think it'll get there? When will it be there? Give me a second. As I said, if I glance over your comment without acknowledging you, I apologize. There's 600 other people in the chat, and I'm also trying to monitor the weather as best as I can, so don't take it personally if I actually accidentally glance over you. So Murfreesboro, Illinois. You guys are located just to the south and east of St. Louis. You guys are in the new tornado watch, so keep in mind you guys could potentially get some activity. So that's over near Carbondale. Let's take a look and see when you guys are actually going to get this activity here. So let's take a look at the models. And we're gonna take a look at the HRRR model. Go over towards Illinois and Indiana here. And we're going to see when these showers and thunderstorms are actually going to move on through. And this will be a general timing for areas near the Mississippi River as well. So if you guys don't just live in Murfreesboro, right? If you guys don't just live here and you live in the new tornado watch that has been issued in the general vicinity of extreme southeastern portions of Missouri and central to southern portions of Illinois, pay attention to this. The timings for all of this is in the top part of your screen right up here. You can see it's already converted to central daylight time for you all. So if you see showers and thunderstorms move through your area, like I said, I can't answer every single person, but if you know where you live in Illinois and you see showers and thunderstorms move through your area, try and attribute that to the time that you see at the top part of your screen. So let's go ahead and take a look through this. We have some showers and thunderstorms that'll continue to push on through. Right around 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, it starts to move on through Peoria, and areas in southeastern portions of Missouri start to get some scattered showers and thunderstorms over there as well. St. Louis then starts getting into the action at around 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, as we said before, even in my video this morning. And then we also have some other showers and thunderstorms that reach up to as far north as Chicago. Now, this general vicinity up here into Peoria and Kankakee, that general vicinity, you guys could potentially see some tornadic activity, but that'll be more of a damaging wind risk more than anything. But the one thing here that is very consistent is that there are a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms that are anticipated to move on through. So Rolla, you guys are getting the second wave here at 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then the interesting thing about this is that I want you guys to pay attention to these lines here. We have one line here, the rear line, and then we have the second line out in front of this. Two waves of showers and thunderstorms that could potentially be severe, a couple of which could even produce tornadoes that'll move on through. And this will be one of those things where it's not just going to be one and done. You're going to get another wave after it, and you got to continue to watch out for these storms as they continue to progress. Always have a plan of action just in case. Rather be safe than sorry in these instances. But watching how this continues to progress, the lines actually starts to congeal a bit more as it gets towards the midnight hours. And someone asked for places around Carbondale, more or less, and Murfreesboro. Right around midnight is when you guys can expect your showers and thunderstorms to move on through into one giant line. That will probably be more of a damaging wind risk more than anything, but you could also see some embedded tornadoes within that line. So I would not, disregard the tornado risk completely, because there is the threat for tornadoes, as you probably have heard with the tornado watch that has been issued through your area. So definitely something to consider as this continues to progress into the overnight hours. Let's take a look at the new that new tornado watch that was issued here. And there's the new tornado watch 533. The probabilities for this are actually pretty high. 70% chance of two tornadoes within the tornado watch, and then a 50% chance of one tornado that could potentially be strong, which is an EF2 tornado or stronger, which would be about 115 miles per hour or stronger within that general area. So one of those things that you guys really have to watch out for with this new tornado watch. There is expected to be an abundance of tornadoes within that general vicinity, and we're going to continue to watch out for this as this moves about. If you guys find anything on Twitter, or if you want to send anything to me on Twitter, please at me, at Nate_Snyder. It's one of those things to where my philosophy is seeing is believing, and, you know, a lot of people can take a look at this radar image and say it's just a bucket of spilled paint. And so if, you know, we get pictures of tornadoes or areas that could potentially be impacted by severe weather and stuff like that, try and basically show people's perspectives as to what they are dealing with. It'll actually help me in the long run try and get the information out to people who may need this information. So that's the reason why I ask for everyone to share this with as many people as possible, like friends and family and on social media. That's the reason why I say to like the live stream so we can get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube to try and spread the information out as much as possible. You know, that's just the main reason there. So I would greatly appreciate it if you guys would help me there. One thing that I do want to draw my attention to is look at this massive band of showers and thunderstorms that are extending from the Chicago metro area all the way down towards places near Pike County, Illinois, where that tornado warning is. A massive band of showers and thunderstorms with a couple of flash flood warnings within that general vicinity. So it's a lot of activity that's really starting to kind of congeal right in front of us. And we're expected to see more of that activity as this continues to progress into the evening. But it won't be from just those showers and thunderstorms, because we have another line of showers and thunderstorms that are behind this. Look at this, the new developing cold front that is starting to extend from Columbia all the way down into Oklahoma. A massive, widespread scale of showers and thunderstorms, with one of which actually having a severe thunderstorm warning for Columbia, Missouri. And so definitely one of those things that we're going to have to continue to watch out for these storms, especially the ones that are severe currently, because those could potentially turn tornadic within a short span. Speaking of which, let's talk about the severe thunderstorm warning here real quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Boone and Montague County, and that'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with a tornado possible tag. The National Weather Service has noted that there could potentially be a tornado within this, or the possibility of there being a tornado is there. So if you live in Columbia, Columbia is not a scrub city. There is a lot of people who live here. All right. If you live in these areas, highly recommend staying away from windows. All right. Just get indoors into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because let's say, all right, we're going to play hypotheticals because we're going to want to be rather safe than sorry in this instance. Let's say those damaging wind gusts actually push over those trees towards your walls, right? That tree could topple over your walls and fall into the house, or even, let's talk about the hail. I've seen hail that has went through sides of houses, the windows specifically, not the actual walls itself, but the sides of houses with the windows. It went through the windows, broke the windows, and has hit people who actually stayed near windows to actually look through and watch the storm. So that's the reason why I try and say stay away from windows if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, because it's rather safe than sorry. We'd rather be safe than sorry in this instance, and we wouldn't want people to get hurt. So that's the big thing there. Odds of getting a tornado in southern Illinois. From the Tornado Watch, it said that it actually is a 70% chance of 2 tornadoes within that entire watch, according to the Storm Prediction Center. For me, if you would have to ask me as to whether or not you guys could get some activity, I would have to say yes. I'd say a tornado, I would see it. But southern Illinois is such a vast area that, you know, I can't exactly pinpoint as to where specifically it's going to be. But within that general area, I would think that there could potentially be a tornado within that vicinity. I'm looking through here. Storm near West Virginia. Is there storms near West Virginia? Let's take a look. I was actually looking at a severe weather event that was happening over in Germany and that general vicinity as well. So That's the reason why my radar was over there. Um, and it does look like there are some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through near Wheeling. So if you're over there, it's not anything too significant by any stretch of the imagination, but still something to watch out for potential flooding. Here's something interesting that I wanted to pull up for you all. And we're going to go to the single image here. This is radar scope. And all of these red dots are actually storm chasers. And you can see how many storm chasers are here across the board with these storms. A couple of which have actually investigated some of the damage that has occurred over towards Purdon with the tornado that was over there. And then there's also some other storm chasers that are over here with this cell that was over near Columbia that had previously produced a tornado. I believe it was over near Bunston at the time. If not, it's a little bit further west than that, but still, something pretty interesting to say the least. Ricky Morris with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, I know you're busy, but can you talk about the nocturnal threat for northern Arkansas, specifically near Mountain View, Arkansas, Pleasant Grove area? Thank you for all you and your mods do. Yep, no problem. Let's go take a look at that here. Let's talk about Arkansas, because Arkansas, believe it or not, is a part of this risk as well. And once we're done talking about Arkansas, we'll actually talk about the entire risk as a whole. We'll take a look at the convective outlook so that people can get an idea as to what is anticipated to happen according to the Storm Prediction Center. So let's take a look at the models here. And you can see, as I said, time at the top part of your screen. It's already converted for you. And you can see how these storms continue to progress and move on through into the Fayetteville and Fort Smith areas at around 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this line is expected to continue, maybe even congeal a lot more into a bit more of a consolidated line. Areas near Mountain Home is expected to get your showers and thunderstorms right around 9:30 to 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, give or take, as well as Russellville getting into the action. And then we can obviously look towards Conway and Little Rock getting into the action as well at around 11 to even 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Jonesboro shortly afterwards at around 12:30 to 1 a.m. And that'll continue to move on through into Pine Bluff and West Helena, as well as Dyersburg, Tennessee and Memphis, Tennessee at around the 2 to 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time hour. So a lot of activity is expected here for the most part. It does seem to be more of a damaging wind threat there, just according to how most of the actual showers and thunderstorms line up here. I want to take a look at something you might not, most of you guys might not actually know what I'm doing here, but I'm looking at the helicity tracks just out of curiosity to see if there's any long-lived mesocyclones here within this model run. And it does seem to be more or less in northern portions of Arkansas, which is kind of what I expected. So in my opinion, the tornado risk more than likely would be in the northern portions of Arkansas if you had to ask me where the highest tornado risk would be in Arkansas. So if you live in places, say, like Little Rock, it probably won't be as big as, say, areas up near Mountain Home and Rogers and even Jonesboro for that matter. So definitely something to watch out for. On a lighter note, I heard, I'm not sure if this is true, but Arkansas is the only state to where you can go south at any point and reach a state in the United States. You can go south at any point in any of the portions. You can be in the northern side of the state, head south. You can go into Missouri. You can be on the eastern side, go into Tennessee or Mississippi, go south into Louisiana, go south into Texas, and then you also have here, to enter any of the states that it's touched by, you can go south. And in this instance, you can also go into Oklahoma as well. So, pretty cool fact, pretty cool tidbit, just for, just a lighter moment for some people who may be tired of me rambling about talking about the weather. What are we dealing with for tonight? So, good question, good question. Let's go ahead and take a look at the convective outlook. Let's take a look at the convective outlook. Kitty Cutie, hello, hello. Welcome to the live stream. Looking at this here, all right, looking at this here, this is the convective outlook for today, all right? What this basically tells us is the scale of which severe weather is expected for the United States. Areas in the light green is kind of like a 0 out of 5. It's just a general thunderstorm risk, more or less. So that's not exactly the main thing to look at here. Areas in the dark green is a 1 out of 5. Areas in the yellow is a 2 out of 5, and areas in the oranges is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So just something for people to kind of grasp here as to what the event is expected to be like here today. Now, the main reason why this event is as significant as it is expected to be is because of the tornado risk. You can see here we have a 2% indicated in green, 5% in brown, as well as a 10% indicated in yellow. So whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. You also have this black bubble with dotted lines in the middle, and that is a significant severe risk. I mentioned that there was the potential for strong tornadoes in my video this morning, and that is indeed the case here from the Storm Prediction Center. That is what that black bubble actually stands for. It's a 10% chance or greater probability of seeing a EF2 tornado or stronger within a 25-mile radius. So that's a big thing there. And then I also want to mention, for people who are curious about the bomb cyclone, which is creating flooding across portions of the west coast of the United States, there also is a 2% chance for tornadoes over into portions of Oregon and Washington, but only coastal areas, because anywhere further inland most likely will probably not be favorable enough for tornadoes. So areas along the coast most likely will see storms moving onshore that are tornadic, but then once they are onshore, they will start to dissipate further and further. And then if we take a look at two other things, we're going to take a look at the damaging winds. 5% indicated in brown, 15 in yellow, and 30 in red. Whatever place you reside, whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 58-mile-per-hour winds within a 25-mile radius. You have that black bubble with dotted lines again, and in this instance, that means hurricane-force winds within a 25-mile radius. Hurricane-force winds. This ain't from any hurricane here. This is an actual severe weather setup with just regular showers and thunderstorms that you see on the normal. Except this ain't normal. This is hurricane force winds right here. This could topple trees and power lines, and that could cause issues for localized areas. And then we also have our hail risk over here. A lot smaller than the two other risks here in regards to the expansive activity. But you can see here 5% in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red. Whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 1-inch size hail or larger within a 25-mile radius. And then you also have that black bubble again. It's very small this time, but it is right there. It is just to the north of St. Louis, or actually to the north and west of St. Louis, but it does include places like Columbia and Jefferson City, as well as Quincy, Illinois. So definitely something to monitor with that. A 10% chance or greater probability of seeing 2-inch size hail or larger within a 25-mile radius. So definitely something to watch out for in that regard. Let's see. Oh boy, we have a bunch of supporters here. Vasily Galenko Jr. with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, can you please check when storms are going to arrive in upstate South Carolina tomorrow? If you think the risk is going to be upgraded to enhanced, what are the chances we have for tornadoes by looking at dew points, Cape, etc.? Thanks. I probably won't be able to look at it in depth like I typically do in my videos. However, I will show you when these storms will actually move into that general vicinity anyways with the radar here, the simulator radar. So let's take a look at that here. We'll take a look at the 18Z radar, and then we'll go back to covering severe weather here in a bit. The good news is that nothing important has really happened within the time frame of me talking. So we'll continue to talk about the forecasts here, trying to get the information out as much as possible to people who may need it. But taking a look here at the radar, you can see as this progresses into the afternoon hours of tomorrow, you can see scattered showers and thunderstorms are anticipated to move on through near Greenville and Spartanburg. Not expected to be super intense, and it's most likely going to be scattered in that sense. And so, in my opinion, I would have to say that the risk would not be as large as, say, an event like today, but you still could see some activity sometime in the afternoon into the evening hours there for tomorrow. But thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Can I discuss the threat in Waynesville, Missouri? Yes, I can. Thank you so much, Crystal Dutton, for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me take a look and see. I'm gonna pull up the radar here while I look that up here for you all. And I'm actually gonna move my radar over to Lincoln, Illinois, and show you all these showers and thunderstorms that are actually barreling towards Jacksonville at the moment. And that actually might be, we might actually have a tornado warning here soon with the storm near Chapin. So before I look at Waynesville, I just want to mention here, Chapin, areas near Chapin, Concord, Lighterberry, as well as Jacksonville, Illinois. In my opinion, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure or building. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of that building, whether it is a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys got to do that now, all right? That's the main thing here. This storm does look like it has a bit of rotation, and it does look like it has rotation spanning up into the upper portions of the atmosphere. So this is not just something that is a glitch. Because sometimes radars can have glitches and stuff like that. This doesn't seem to be a glitch on my end. You can clearly see here you have some. It's very interesting to tell as of right now. But you clearly have greens moving towards the radar right here. You have your reds moving away. Right in the middle, right on top of Chapin, is where the tornadic rotation would potentially be. And there's the tornado warning right there. So all the more reason for you guys to stay tuned to the channel, because I'll be continuing to try and inform you guys, just like the National Weather Service here, because they have issued a new tornado warning for Scott, Cass, and Morgan counties, and that'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Jacksonville, Lighterberg, you guys need to get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys got to get there right now, this instant. This will be moving over US 67. So if you guys know anyone who lives along there, or even anyone who lives near Ahrensville Road, tell them, or if you live in these areas, to get into your safe space, because that's where the tornadic rotation actually is at right now. And it's expected to move towards the airport. It's expected to move even north of the airport towards Lighterberry, heading along towards State Highway 78. So a big thing here to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But yeah, just as soon as I saw these showers and thunderstorms, I'm like, man, there's got to be something right within there, because it just looks, it has that look that there could potentially be something to potentially form here. And that's exactly what happened. There is the tornado warning. So I'm going to loop this here while I look up Waynesville, Missouri. As I said, Crystal, thank you for the $2 super chat. So Waynesville, Missouri. This is kind of along 44. This is well south of Jefferson City, so I'm going to go and use Springfield's radar for this. And you got nothing right now, not a whole lot of showers and thunderstorms. But don't think that the general passing of showers and thunderstorms was your main threat, because you have another line of showers and thunderstorms that is expected to move on through. I'd say within the next hour, maybe hour and a half, but somewhere in that time frame is when you can expect these showers and thunderstorms to actually move on through. So I would prepare for some strong damaging winds. Maybe the threat for tornadoes is possible. It's not a massive threat, but still, it is a threat that is starting to mature into a bona fide severe weather event. Sideburnicus with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, I live in O'Fallon, Missouri. I live in an apartment. Should I go to my parents who have a basement, or is it just going to be severe storms for us? Thanks. Well, the one thing that I typically recommend to people who live in apartments is that if you are not in the lowest portion of your apartment, try and get to know your neighbors who live in that first floor, because there's going to be some instances where if you're in a tornado warning and say your parents don't live nearby, you need to get to that safe space. And, you know, depending upon where the potential tornado could be, you may have, you know, minutes. Typically there's 12, 13 minutes between warning and tornado impact, or even mere seconds. So it's just one of those things where ahead of time, I would try and find a plan of action. But if your parents have a basement, that's a good idea too. So O'Fallon is near the St. Louis metro area. You guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds, as well as some spotty hail and maybe even tornadoes. So I would continue to watch out for it. Of course, it's very hard to say whether or not a tornado is specifically going to hit you. It's very hard to say that because of how small these actual storms could be. They could pop up practically anywhere, so it's almost impossible to guess specifically as to where they're going to be. We can only just give a general area as well as the risk in this instance. And of course, I'll continue to live stream more and more as it gets closer and closer to St. Louis. And if you want to stay tuned with my channel, feel free to do so. I will be providing that information. Let us see. Ricky Morris, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I really do appreciate it. As I said, becoming a channel member is the best way to support my channel. It's just $5 a month and you get special perks. I have not uploaded my second video of my podcast yet. It'll be uploaded one day, soon. It's just there's been a lot of stuff that's been happening as of late. But my second episode of the podcast will be uploaded soon, within the next day or two, for the members only. And then, of course, episode 1 of the podcast will be uploaded the same time that will be uploaded as well. So, yeah, members only stuff, as well as you getting shouted out in my live streams and stuff like that. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Sherry Gralau, thank you so much for becoming a channel member as well. I really do appreciate it. People are telling me Monette, Missouri. Please do not spam in the chat. I would greatly appreciate it. But Monette, Missouri, which is all the way down near Springfield. West Virginia is going to be fine. That storm down there. And it does have some general rotation, but it's not anything significant as of right now. But you do clearly see on the enhanced echo tops that this storm is clearly getting taller and taller. The yellows and even the darker yellows, meaning that it's in the 30,000 to almost 40,000 foot tops with these storms. That's how tall they actually are. But yeah, there's quite a lot of activity here that's starting to kind of register for the most part. I'm more concerned, to be completely honest with you, with the storms that are a bit further north. Those ones are in a very good environment for severe weather, compared to down south, where there isn't as much strong wind shear and there isn't as much energy. The storms up here near Columbia, higher amounts of wind shear here, and even some spotty hail within this as well. Echo tops even above 40,000 feet. You can see some of these orange areas, and look at this. Look at this. 44,000 foot tall storms. These things are tall as heck. My goodness, these things are behemoths. Massive towering showers and thunderstorms with this. We can expect that to continue to move on through into portions of Missouri, even into eastern Missouri. So we'll definitely watch out for how this continues to progress later on. But yeah, this massive line here. I mean, look at how far this line extends. This is north central Missouri all the way down into southwestern Missouri and even into Oklahoma. That is a massive cold front that is just pushing on through. Now, the good news is that there aren't any severe thunderstorm warnings with that line yet. But I say yet because this is most likely going to turn into a severe threat. And of course, that's when we're going to have to cover it more and more. People are asking as to how many tornadoes have there been today. There's been 5 tornado reports. And believe it or not, it takes only 6 for there to be a tornado outbreak. Now, it's officially classified as a small tornado outbreak. But 6 to, I believe it's 12 is a small tornado outbreak. 12 to, I believe it's 20, if not it's 18, is a medium range tornado outbreak, and then 20 plus, or 18 plus, whichever one it is, I think it's 20 plus, is a large tornado outbreak. So, there you go. But yeah, that's what's happened here today for the most part with the tornado reports. There's actually been more tornado reports than any other report. So that's something to make a note of. Let's see. A lot of you guys have been showing me stuff on Twitter. I really do appreciate it. As I said, if you guys have anything that you want to show me, if you have anything that you want to show me on Twitter, like pictures of the storms, or say you've found a tornado and after you have reported it to 911 or the National Weather Service, you want to share it with the channel, or if you even find something on Twitter, as I mentioned, feel free to @ me at Nate_Snyder. The link will be in the chat right there. There's damage in Missouri earlier. Clear power pole that was snapped. Look at that. That's also kind of ironic as to who got stuck as a storm chaser, but my goodness, quite a lot of activity there. I'm gonna try and see. Show 131 tweets or 32 tweets. I'm gonna try and see if there's been any latest pictures that have shown up here on Twitter. And I don't see anything as of recently, which may be the good news here. All right, let's take a look back at the tornado warning over in Illinois. I actually want to speed up the animation. Speed it up to fast. And we're going to take a look at the rotation again. And there does seem to be quite a bit of rotation here. Actually does seem to be quite a bit of rotation here. Still. And it's more or less in the upper portions of the atmosphere. In the lower portions of the atmosphere, it's a lot more of a linear threat, but it's trying to start to rotate. And you can tell because this actual thunderstorm has a characteristic of a hook, or a bit of a comma right here. And what it's doing is it's actually taking the rain here from the hail. There's typically hail over here, but in this instance, there actually is hail right here. And what's happening is it's wrapping this rain all the way around the rotation, and it's trying to amplify the actual rotation to produce the tornado itself. And so whether or not that will actually do so, we'll have to see as to how the actual rain interacts right now. But it looks like it's in the beginner stages of it trying to produce a tornado. And so we might see something here within the next 5 to 10 minutes if things go the way that this storm has planned it to do so. Now, of course, things could also always happen, like some showers and thunderstorms that get in the way of this storm and officially kind of block its way. And that's obviously a good thing. And there are a couple showers and thunderstorms that are out in front of it. So if these thunderstorms actually do become a little bit more significant, then they could disrupt the actual flow of the storm and potentially weaken it a little bit. So that would be the good news. Shawnee 1957 or Shawnee 1957. Thank you so much for the membership. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I really do appreciate you guys who keep supporting my channel. It's absolutely amazing what you guys do. And I just, I really do appreciate everyone who does that. So thank you so much. Let us see. I also appreciate the new subscribers that we've had here on the channel. We're at 15,860 subscribers. I really do appreciate that. Think of it this way, guys. We are 140 subscribers away from 16,000 subscribers. That's all you guys. You guys have been, we've all been one giant team trying to help people and get information out to as many people as possible. And I really do appreciate your guys' support. So thank you so much for that. There's a rotation in Orlando? Yeah, there is. There actually is a little storm right here that has rotation in Florida. So the potential for there to be a tornado is also possible, not just in the areas that are up in Missouri. You also could potentially have a tornado over here in Florida. I'll keep a radar over here just in case if that actually does go tornado warned. But that is an interesting development, to say the least. Kaylee Tyndall with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, hey, Nate, my family and in-laws love your content. Well, thank you so much for tuning into my content. I really do appreciate that. As I said, you know, without you guys, we wouldn't be here, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah, there's so many showers and thunderstorms that are starting to surge on through in general here in Illinois. I mean, look at this massive line. I'm going to actually turn off the warning boxes here real quickly. And look at these massive storms. Look at this massive complex of storms here, ranging from Jacksonville all the way up towards Pekin. I mean, my goodness. So yeah, that's these storms not just have severe thunderstorm warnings, they also have tornado warnings within them, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with that, across the board in that general vicinity as well. So Cass, Menard, Morgan, Sangamon, Scott, Schuler, and Mason counties, you guys are all under severe thunderstorm warnings, and they will be in effect for more than likely another half an hour. Let's talk about the tornado warning again. As I said, this is for Cass and Morgan, and this will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in areas like... actually, the good news here is that it's mainly over rural areas. That is the good news. But Concord, Sinclair, Philadelphia, Jacksonville, and even Jacksonville Municipal Airport. If you guys live in that general vicinity, that's where the storm is going to be heading over. So, guys, got to get into your safe space if you can. We are almost to 400 likes. As I said, if you guys like the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. So that would be greatly appreciated if we can try and get this information out to as many people as possible, as well as to share this live stream with as many people as possible on other social media platforms. All about trying to get the word out here. Now, I bet some of you guys have questions, and I can answer them about the storm, okay? So one thing that I want to start doing here is I'm going to take a 3D of the storm. I can do that with my program here to where I can literally take a 3D of the storm and show you what it looks like here. It's right here. This is literally a 3D of the storm. All this green here is low precipitation. All the heavy precipitation is more towards the center of the actual storm. But look at this. Amazing structure here to where you have a lot of the activity that is distributed here with a bit of an updraft characteristic residing over near Jacksonville and further into Jacksonville. You can see how you have a lot of open areas down at the bottom, and then they kind of just jut out here, meaning that there's a lot of rain being held higher above the above the ground, I should say, in the atmosphere. And basically what's happening is you have a lot of wind that's holding all of that rain and precipitation up in the air, making it a little bit cooler or even congealing a bit more into larger raindrops or even hail. And eventually, once that actually becomes heavy enough, it'll actually fall through the heavy amounts of winds holding it up in the sky, and it'll fall down as precipitation. So we have that here shown based off from the 3D analysis. But what I want to take a look at is I want to take a look at a bit more of the moderate or even heavier precipitation to try and find what I like to call the inflow notch. And what this is this basically is where this storm actually ingests energy that is naturally created around in the environment. And typically how that energy is formed is a lot of displacement between warm air rising and cold air sinking, as well as high dew points within the general vicinity. And because the general area does have quite a bit of energy in the atmosphere, then this storm can continue to intensify further and further. And that's the reason why there is a tornado risk here today. So how I look for inflow notches is there's got to be a bit of a cave here that's relatively low to the ground. And once I do find this cave, which just so happens to be right about here, you can barely see it, but there is a cave right within here. And that's where the energy all gets channeled into where the potential tornado could be. So this tells me that this storm is trying to become tornadic. This thing is trying to potentially, fire off and maybe even produce a tornado. So we got to watch out for this storm based off of what the 3D tells us. It does seem to be trying to mature more and more into one of those classic supercells. Let's see. Yep, no problem, Shawnee. Glad you made it back safe. Glad you make it back safe. Wait, it was today, correct? If it was today, then glad you made it back safe. If it wasn't today, then hope you make it back safe. All right, let's go back over to Springfield here. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning, so that does mean that I need to create another tab here, another tab of radar. So give me a second. I would play the Jeopardy music for you all, but unfortunately my channel would be taken down due to copyright. So we're just gonna have to wait for a second as my application loads. And there it is. And let's open up a radar over, I think I want to do Fort Smith, Arkansas, because that's where it's going to be heading off to. And there we go. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning. New severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma for Adair, Cherokee, and Muskogee counties. And that'll be in effect until the top of the hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half-sized hail with this one. So potential damaging hail risk with these storms as they continue to progress. And we're definitely going to have to watch out for how this continues to move on through. It is in a heavy energy environment, not exactly a significant wind environment. It is conducive for tornadoes, but it's not as strong as what would be in northern portions of Missouri. We'll also talk about that new severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern portions of Missouri as well in a bit. But this storm here in Oklahoma does seem to be trying to rotate a little bit. I will admit that it does look like it is trying to produce a classic supercellular look to it. And the reason why I say that is because what you have here is you have your classic hooking characteristic, and you have an inflow notch. I don't even have to take a 3D to show you. Right here is where it takes in its energy. You can see that there is no rain right within here. That's how it's channeled into the thunderstorm. And right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be, the potential tornado would be, if this thing were to develop. And if we take a look at the velocities here, I looked at it a little bit higher up in the sky for you guys to be able to determine as to where it is specifically, because it's a little bit more difficult for looking for it towards the ground at the moment. That could change if it does produce a tornado. But you can see here you have your grays and reds that are moving away from the radar, and then you have your bright greens moving towards the radar. This general counterclockwise flow right here is where the actual tornadic rotation would be. The tornadoes in the United States, typically, I say typically because there are some rare instances where it's the latter, they typically rotate in a counterclockwise fashion. So, do have a supercell here in Oklahoma. And the other thing here is that if we take a look at the enhanced echo tops, which tells us how tall these thunderstorms actually are, the enhanced echo tops have a lot of these oranges, which tell me that they are above 40,000 feet. And I've actually taken a look at this pixel right here that tells me it's above 46,000 feet, which is very tall, very high up in the sky. And we do have a lot of activity here present with this supercell. So we're definitely going to have to watch out for that and how that continues to materialize as it moves further and further towards Fort Smith. But the one thing that is now starting to get concerning is that that rotation that was at the surface is now starting to look a lot better and a lot more organized. You can see a lot more of those dark reds are starting to show up, and you do still have those bright greens. Probably the best rotation we've seen on stream so far. There's been better looking rotation today, but I did not live stream those instances of tornadic weather. So this is definitely the best we've seen here on the stream so far, and we're going to have to continue to watch out for this as this continues to move about. This is over near Pettit, Oklahoma. This is north of Paradise Hill, north of Redbird Smith. It's north of I-40, north of Salisaw, and it's going to be heading off towards the Flute Springs areas, as well as the Stony Point and Greasy areas as well. So definitely something to watch out for if you were to look out for this general motion of this storm. Can I check Milwaukee? Milwaukee's not getting any severe weather at the moment, so you guys will be fine, in my opinion. I'm taking a look and see if there's any other showers and thunderstorms along this cold front. There is some storms near Eufaula, but they're not too organized at the moment. So I'll continue to watch out for this supercell, but I do want to talk about this other storm. It's Pettit? Sheesh. I've been off with my pronunciations today, haven't I? But yeah, let's take a look at this other severe thunderstorm that's over in southeastern portions of Missouri. Shannon, Dent, and Texas counties. You guys have a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail is possible. So definitely a lot of stuff that is something to watch out for as this continues to progress. And we're going to have to see how this really materializes as this moves about. Can you look at Wilmington, North Carolina for tomorrow? I had it on the super chat. I must have missed your super chat because it's not showing up on my thing, but I will look at Wilmington, North Carolina. Just for a bit though, just for a bit, because we do have other areas of severe weather to talk about. All right, so for tomorrow, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. There we go. For tomorrow, it does seem as if the showers and thunderstorms that you would be anticipating would be occurring sometime around midnight to maybe even a little bit after midnight. They're not anticipated to be significant by any stretch of the imagination. And then you guys could also get some stuff in tomorrow morning as well. So basically, you're getting stuff in the morning and the evening, or late overnight hours, I should say. Might get a little bit of a break in between, maybe some scattered showers and thunderstorms, but that's not expected to be anything significant, unless if I called out the specific time frames within your area. Thanks, Beth, for watching from Western New York. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, there's the rotation that was over in Florida. Who the heck is calling outside? I'm going to close my door, okay? Give me a second. There we go. Close my door. Let's go back over to the radar, and let's go back over to the rotation that's over near Ashland. This was near Jacksonville, and the tornado warning for this has been canceled as of right now. So that is the good news, but it does look like it is starting to create a bit more of rotation within the storm as well. So once again, we're going to have to see how this continues to materialize, but right now it does look like the main risk within these bands of storms heading into Menard, Sangamon, as well as Tazewell, Cass, Mason, and Morgan counties. The main risk does seem to be damaging winds as well as golf ball sized hail. Yes, golf ball sized hail. So my goodness. Where's the tornado? As of right now, there is no tornadoes to report. However, there were tornadoes earlier on in the day, with one of which being a large tornado. I did not cover it on my channel because I actually was running around today like a headless chicken, and I could not get home in time to cover it. But I did say that there was the potential for strong tornadoes in my video this morning. And by the way, for people who actually have subscribed to my channel and want to, you know, stay tuned to my channel to watch it and for future reference, I do upload videos on occasion updating everyone as to what the severe weather risks could be. So today's not the only day of severe weather. We're actually anticipating to have severe weather on Tuesday and Wednesday. Yes, Tuesday and Wednesday. There could be some severe weather tomorrow, but it's not as significant. But let's take a look at the convective outlook here, which just basically tells us where severe weather could potentially be. And here's Tuesday's risk. We have a 1 out of 5 indicated in dark green and a 2 out of 5 in this massive yellow. Look at this. It expands into 4 states, Nebraska all the way down into the heart of Texas. That is a massive area for severe weather here. So we'll be covering that. And then we'll also be covering the severe weather over here into places of Dixie Alley in the deep south. Look at that. Eastern Louisiana, southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, as well as western portions of Georgia and Florida. Big time risk of severe weather is possible with that, and we are going to continue to talk about this more and more on the channel in the videos that I will upload. So if you want more stuff like that, feel free to subscribe and even turn on channel notifications to stay up to date with the latest information on all of that. Anything severe for the mid-Atlantic this week? Tomorrow there is the threat for some severe weather. Tomorrow there is. You can see that we do have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale into portions of Maryland and Pennsylvania, and then a 2 out of 5 into places like West Virginia, Virginia, down into the Carolinas. Not expected to be a huge tornado risk, although there is the potential for tornadoes over here. I mentioned yesterday, yesterday and today, that there could be potential for some storms that could be over in Ohio, and then another set over into portions of the Carolinas as well as Virginia and the Shenandoah. So a lot of stuff over there that is possible. New tornado warning for Menard and Sangamon counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So it's the storm that we've been watching for quite some time here. And this thing has ended up recycling into a new tornadic rotation. So if you live in areas near Athens, Sherman, and Williamsville, north of Springfield, this is north of Springfield, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and it will be around Athens at around 6:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and Sherman at around 6:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So big thing there to watch out for if you guys are in this risk. Here's the radar for this. You can see that you have this massive hooking characteristic here that typical supercells or strong thunderstorms that produce tornadoes typically have. Right at the end of that hook and almost out in front of it, right about here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so if you guys wanted to try and figure out as to where the tornado would be, it would most likely be somewhere in that general vicinity. But we also use the velocities here to help us as to where the tornadic rotation could potentially be as well. And if we take a look at the velocities, we're going to use this velocity here because I think it actually does this a bit more justice as to the magnitude of this event of, well, this storm here. You can see a lot of the bright greens and blues that are heading towards the radar. And then you also have a lot of these dark greens. Now, greens still mean that they move towards the radar, but this slowing of the winds here can create a bit of a whirlpooling effect, which then creates counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. And that's how tornadoes also form as well. So we have a bit of counterclockwise spin here near Pleasant Plains. Not very pleasant at the moment over these areas right now, but that's where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you know anyone who lives near Pleasant Plains or areas near State Highway 97 or State Highway 125, tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. As I said, get into your safe space as this continues to move on through. And even towards Athens, State Highway 29 could potentially be a tornado with this tornado warning. And then we also have another tornado warning. This is for portions near Lebanon. This is actually off to the north and east of Springfield. So let's take a look at this new tornado warning here that has been issued for that general area. And that is for Camden, Laclede, Miller, and Pulaski counties. And that'll be in effect also until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can see that it has a little smaller bit of a hook right here. And a little teeny bit of an inflow notch to where it could take in energy and feed itself to continue to form or sustain. But right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if we take a look at the velocities, it does agree with me here. We do have some very strong velocities here with some very bright oranges moving away from the radar and some grays moving towards the radar. Once again, this counterclockwise flow is evident here on the velocities, which is the reason why there has been a tornado warning issued for these areas. So Richland, as well as areas near Swedenborg and Crocker, you guys most likely will get some conditions from this potential tornado as this continues to move around. And then I also have to point out that the potential for hail with this storm is also possible, as the algorithm of this radar program that I have here says that there could be hail in upwards of quarter size. So it's not just the tornado risk here, it's the hail risk as well. And this actually is how far it actually extends the actual hail risk within this storm. So this is about the maximum portion of the hail right here, about an inch. It gets smaller and smaller the further and further away you get, more towards the purple colors and stuff like that. But still, you have a bit of hail across the board here with this storm, and it's definitely something to where it's not just one risk, it is multiple. So all the more reason for you to really watch out for how this continues to form. So we have 2 tornado warnings at the moment. And then I do want to double check on this. Oh my, why has this not gone tornado warned yet? Oh, it's got a spectrum width drop. Yeah, this thing probably should go tornado warned as well. Because this thing is probably producing a tornado. It might even be producing a tornado right now. What's happening is that there's a lot of vorticity. That's the reason why I look at this, a lot of turbulence. This is called the spectrum width indicator, all right? This is the spectrum width. This looks at turbulence, and tornadoes, well, create turbulence. And grays are kind of, you know, minimal turbulence. Once you get into the blues, there is some turbulence. And then once you get into the oranges and even yellows in some instances, there is a lot of turbulence. And we have a lot of turbulence right here, right in the center of this hook. We'll go back over here. You can see the classic hooking characteristic within this storm with the inflow pulling in a lot of the moisture and channeling it into energy. And yeah, there definitely is something that's right within there. Taking a look at the correlation coefficient, that might be a debris signature. I can't tell as of right now, although it does have some lowered areas of ZDR, so would not be surprised if there could be a tornado on the ground right now within the storm. Dry Creek Evening Shade as well as Flute Springs. Guys, got to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I mean, my goodness, this thing is textbook. This is a textbook supercell here, or a strong thunderstorm. Very strong storm that's most likely about to produce a tornado here any minute. Maybe even producing a tornado right now with the debris signature. So, at this point, we just got to try and get the information out as much as possible. As I said, we have to share this live stream with as many people as possible on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, stuff like that. Even by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially sharing information with more and more people. And if people see my live stream and they live in these areas, this could be essential to some of those people. So please, please, please help me share this information with as many people as possible. I mean, that's pretty evident. That's pretty clear right there. Bright greens moving towards the radar. You have some reds that are moving away. Clear counterclockwise spin within this storm. And I'm going to take a look at the normalized rotation. It's on a level 2 out of, I believe, 5. Yeah, it's on a level 2 out of 5 on the rotation scale for its significance. And definitely looks like the storm is starting to mature more and more. So we'll take a look at that storm here back in a bit. We're going to take a look at the other tornado warnings. We're going to go into, that's a new update. So I got to see. It doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground from correlation coefficient, but spectrum width indicates a massive amounts of turbulence. So I would not be surprised if there was a tornado right within there. We'll check back on this storm here in a bit. As I mentioned, just one more time before we look out in front of, go out to the other tornado warnings. Evening Shade, Flute Springs, Bunch, Dry Creek, and Greasy. Those areas in Oklahoma need to get in your safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, let's take a look at the other tornado warnings, or the other tornado warnings that are here in the United States. We're going to take a look at this one up here in Illinois first. This is for Menard and Sangamon counties, and that'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in Athens and Sherman, these storms are going to be moving through within your areas within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I highly recommend you guys actually getting into your safe space now to try and get into a sturdy structure. Because this storm does look like it's trying to wrap up here. You can clearly see that it has a little bit of a mini hook right within here, contrary to the big storm that's over in Oklahoma. But these storms can produce tornadoes too. They might be a little bit smaller, but they still can do just as big a damage. So it's just one of those things to where you'd rather be safe than sorry, and you can't take this lightly. If you live in Williamsville, Sherman, Athens, areas basically near I-55 north of Springfield, Illinois, all right? This is near the major populous area of Springfield, Illinois, and north of that, you guys got to get into your safe space. Proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Mark Mulo, thank you so much for becoming a member for 6 months. I really do appreciate it. It says, hi, Nate, 6 months and counting. Keep up the great work, sir. I'm certain you're saving lives in the process. I thank you all for helping me get this high, and I thank you all for helping me share the information with as many people as possible. So essentially, we're a bit of a team here, and thank you so much for supporting my channel, being a part of the team, becoming a member, and supporting me for 6 months by paying $5 a month for becoming a channel member. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, there is quite a bit of rotation with the storm. It's trying to rotate. It's definitely there, and you can see the greens are moving towards and the reds moving away right here. When it's kind of flat like this, to where you have pixel to pixel right next to each other, then that's more or less where some tornadic rotation would be. And in this instance, yes, there is. So that's the reason why I say those areas in Illinois need to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Taking a look off into the southeastern portions, or not the southeastern portions, actually the central portions of Missouri here. We're going to take a look at this other tornado warning. This is for Camden, Laclede, Miller, and Pulaski counties, and that will also be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live within those areas, I highly recommend getting into your safe space. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can clearly see the rotation here. Bright oranges moving away from the radar and grays moving towards. The counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere within this storm indicates that there is some tornadic rotation. So therefore, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. So areas near Richland, Swedenborg, and Crocker over in Missouri, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. The good news here is that it's in mostly rural areas of central Missouri. It's not near Interstate 44, but there is still some populous areas that could be impacted. And if you do live in those areas, or if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I highly recommend getting into a safe space. There are so many thunderstorms that are now starting to fire off, and some severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to pick up here. And I'm going to take a look at these severe thunderstorm warnings that's over near Fulton and Ladonia. And we have some broad rotation on all of them, just not really all too organized at the moment. But I'll continue to update you guys as to how this continues to form and where this actually ends up going later on in a bit. Yeah, there's so much stuff that's happening right now. I'm gonna go back over to the storm over here in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Excuse me? Is this thing is really testing my knowledge right now. I want to say something so badly, but I don't know. I can't say fully that that's exactly what's happening. What I want to say is I want to say this thing is cycling and trying to prepare itself for long-lived characteristics. That's what I want to say. But I need to see one more step before I say it, because the only reason I say it is because there's two rotations that's developing here. You have the one down here with the bright greens and almost blues heading towards the radar, reds moving away, and then you have another one that's just to the north of that. You can see those greens and reds there as well. A little bit smaller, but that's still something that I can't ignore. And that's something that we're going to need to continue to watch out for as this continues to progress. There is a little bit of rotation on both ends of the spectrum here. So we're just going to have to see how this continues to materialize, honestly. But one thing I do want to do is I want to take a 3D of the storm, and I want to see what its characteristics are. So you can see the storm right here. You can clearly see that this thing is pretty strong supercell. Very high tops, very high thunderstorm tops here, extending up to 50,000 feet up in the sky. That's how tall these thunderstorms actually are. And I want to see if I can find that inflow notch, and my goodness, I found it. It is a decent inflow notch. It's lacking a little bit of structure at the rear of it. It's lacking a bit of structure, but it's right within there. And there is the inflow notch. That's where it takes in all of its energy from the air, seeps right into the inflow notch, and that's how tornadoes typically form if they gather up enough energy. So we got a lot of stuff that's really trying to come together with the storm here in Oklahoma. This is right near Dry Creek and Bunch, as well as Greasy. And my goodness. Stuff from IEMBot just came in. The tornado warning in Illinois will continue. It's been updated a bit, but still will continue, as it still has tornadic characteristics at this time, according to the National Weather Service. Another update here, and some of the counties in the tornado watch has been canceled, so that is some good news there. More or less because it's starting to move out of their general vicinity, the risk. There's a small cell developing near Dallas-Fort Worth. Let us see. I don't believe anything down there is tornadic. By the way, this entire map right here of these yellow boxes, this is all where the tornado watch is, guys. Look at how expansive this is. All right. Here's the border of Oklahoma. Here's the border of Arkansas. Here is Missouri in its glory. And there's Illinois. There's the border of Kentucky and then Indiana right there. Look at this. Look at how many counties are in this tornado watch right here. That is a lot. A lot of counties. Now, the cool thing about this is that when these showers and thunderstorms head off into the southeastern portions of Missouri, typically there wouldn't be a whole lot of radar coverage to actually tell me as to what all is going on, but the cool thing about Radar Omega here is that they actually have cameras in this area, and that's going to be very useful to me, I should say. What about Illinois? Depends upon where you are in Illinois, because not every area in Illinois gets the same treatment. There's some areas in Illinois that's in a tornado warning. There's some areas in Illinois that's in a severe thunderstorm warning. Some areas in Illinois that are kind of chilling out. Look at Salem, Missouri. Why would I want to take a look at Salem, Missouri? Salem is a part of that new, or the second line. It's over there. It's too far away from the radar for me to say anything, honestly. Let me take a look at St. Louis. And yeah, there's nothing over in Salem. East of Salem? I mean, there might be something near Howes Mill, but we're looking up very high in the sky here. About 10,000 feet here. So, I mean, of course the rotation would be very strong that high up in the sky. But it's not equivalent to what's happening on the ground. So let's take a look back over at Springfield here. See this tornado warning that is for Camden, Miller, and Pulaski. The rotation has now started to weaken, which is the good news. It's still in a decent environment for it to continue to sustain, so it might be going through a cycle, but otherwise, still stuff that's pretty interesting to say the least. I can't check CC for storms that are very far away from the radar because, well, it's very far away from the radar, and correlation coefficient won't work for storms like that unless if you're talking about a significant tornado, which the velocities do not support a significant tornado, so therefore, probably not going to use correlation coefficient. Howes Mill has a debris ball? No, stop. That is... Why does that actually support... That's not a debris ball, guys. Not a debris ball, guys. Not a debris ball, guys. Right there's correlation coefficient drop, not in the hook whatsoever. Yeah, that's not a debris ball, guys. Kind of scared me for a second. You really did. But the only thing about it is that it does look very interesting with how the actual correlation coefficient values are are low, and the ZDR values are also low. So that kind of takes out one of my verification factors. But it's not near the velocities, and the velocities, you know, debris would mainly hang around where the velocities would actually be, and in this instance, doesn't seem to support it. That's my thesis. It's my TED Talk. Let's see. I want to take a look back over at the storm over in Fort Smith. Should House Springs, Missouri be worried about tornadoes tonight? Our watch goes until 10. Anyone who's in a tornado watch needs to continue to watch out for the potential for tornadoes because they are possible. All right. It's not just one area that gets, well, actually that is what's going to be the case. The further north you are, the higher the risk for tornadoes typically would be. But Oklahoma's kind of proving that theory wrong because this kind of looks like one of the more well-defined tornadoes, if it were to form, of the day. So, it's going to be one of those things where it's not just one area. It's going to be multiple areas, and I highly recommend that if you live within any of these general vicinities, highly recommend, you know, just being weather aware. What about Thompsonville, Illinois? I will check there in a second. I will put that here on my side screen so that I remember. I just pulled it up on Google Maps, so I don't think that I forgot. But the one thing here that I want to mention is that I said this thing could potentially cycle. Here was the old rotation. Here was the new one. Look at the one at the top. The new one is the top one, and it ends up stealing and killing off this other rotation. So here's the old rotation. There's the new one right there. And this storm is a cyclic cell. This is a cyclic supercell that's trying to produce tornadoes. And the other thing here that I watch out for supercellular activity, you can see this massive hook right here, but it almost has a bit of this bird wing characteristic to where it's almost like feeder bands. You have screaming amounts of inflow and moisture being pulled in, and a lot of this rain also being pulled in into this general area. And that's kind of what we got here at this time. So things are really starting to pull together. And yeah, this thing might be trying to, there might actually be two, yeah, there's two areas of rotation. The old one is still there, and the new one is there. We have two separate mesocyclones right on top of each other within the same storm. My goodness. Salem's on the ground? Has there been spotter reports that it's been on the ground? Because otherwise, I went through most of my verifications that I know of, at least, and they told me no. It might have been on the ground for a short period of time. Maybe. I could see the possibility, but my verification as of right now kind of tells me that probably not, but I do see how could have originated as debris, small amounts of debris, and then larger amounts of debris, and then even larger amounts of debris, if that was the case. Because you can see it gets larger and larger with the blue scale, and then it ends up being smaller and smaller. So there is an argument to make that there could have been a tornado at the time within this general area. But it's just very inconsistent so far. Debris was lofted at this point where Big Time Intense Tree Eater in Boss, Missouri. That's in Howes Mill. The thing of it is, all right, the thing of it is that if we're gonna do cross sections, can't use just ZDR. Can't just use just ZDR. So let's use other verification styles here. All right, you did a cross section. Luckily, I have cross section too. So let's take a look at it. All right, let's take a larger cross section. Let's go from southwest to northeast. All right, so here's the cross section in question. This is the proposed debris signature right here. All right, the proposed debris signature. The ZDR does say that the values are low, which means that it could support debris. All right, that was the one thing that I saw from my verification that could have potentially told me that there was a tornado there. All right. Spectrum width does say that there is a bit of turbulence at the ground, meaning that there could be something, but it doesn't really extend up all too much in the atmosphere, or not at least in an intense fashion. KDP values are missing, which makes sense. So there could have been something there. But it just kind of sucks that there isn't really a radar there to help me confirm. There is a little bit of a hooking characteristic there, so could have been. But everything is just kind of off the mark. Very off the mark. Like, you see this massive debris signature here with values this low. You would expect areas all in that circle to be, red. But it's not. And that's the thing that I'm kind of, a bit loopy about. It's not, pixel to pixel right on top of each other. New tornado warning here for the storm south of that. This is up near Bunker, Missouri. And this is for Shannon and Dent counties, and that'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in those areas near Bunker, highly recommend getting into your safe space. Take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And then a new tornado warning out in front of this for Reynolds County has been issued for that general vicinity until 7:45. So if you guys live in those areas, specifically Bunker, which will impact your area at around 7:15, and Reynolds at around 7:20, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm trying to look here for some other stuff. So I'm going to take a look over at Twitter again. As I said, if there's anything that you guys would like to send in to me to help me share the information out with as many people as possible, please be sure to do so. All right? At me, at Nate_Snyder, so I can try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Jeez. That's some pretty strong rotation right there. That's some pretty strong rotation, although it's more lopsided more than anything. It's not pixel to pixel flat, it's lopsided. So it's not there yet. Although it looks like it was there a couple seconds ago. Geez, so yeah, it might have we might have had a tornado here briefly. within the past couple of minutes prior to the tornado warning. And this will be heading off towards bunker more than likely. More than likely. So big time activity there. I want to go back to the Fort Smith storm, or it's not exactly a Fort Smith storm. Big time rotation with this too. But it doesn't seem to be anything congealed at this time. Nothing super organized. But you still have very good rotation with this at the moment. A little bit broad to my liking. So if it does tighten up, that's when I can start saying that it's probably on the ground. But as of right now, I can't confirm that. There is a tornado within that. New tornado warning. This is for the storm that was over near Howes Mill and Boss. This is for Crawford, Iron, and Washington counties, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The good news is that it's mainly over rural areas, but if you guys do live within areas like Belgrade, as well as Shirley and Viburnum, guys gotta go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm gonna take a storm motion from warning, and it'll help me out here a little bit with what the velocities were like. We have 4 ongoing tornado warnings right now, all of which are in Missouri. So big time storms that are really starting to push on through. I do not see any debris signatures on this so far. That is the good news on these 2 storms out in front near Centreville and Viburnum. I'm trying to answer a question here on Twitter. A lot of tweets about this one out there for the last 15 minutes or so. Maybe spotty radar there. I don't know. Bunker, Missouri. Yeah, that's the one south. That's the 2 tornado warnings with this that's moving on through. This one's most likely the one that had a tornado, or could have had a tornado within the past, say, 5-10 minutes. There is quite a lot of activity here that's really starting to pick up. Luckily, the tornado warning over that was near, I believe this is Pulaski County, that has been canceled. So that is the good news, but you still have these 2 tornadic storms that could be producing tornadoes still there within these storms at this time. This storm over here near Greasy is starting to kind of get that characteristic that's telling me that things could potentially be starting to organize. Now, the one thing that I will say is that the organization of the actual hook of the storm is kind of terrible, because whenever you see a little bit of a corner like that, it tells me that the winds aren't being channeled correctly, and that's a structural issue with the storm. It has good rotation, it's got very big structural issues that could affect it actually producing a tornado, or even affecting its longevity. Can I check Souther's mode? Storms near Arkansas and Missouri border. Any chance of that happening down there? Yes, there could. Depending upon where you live, it will impact you at different times. But yes, definitely could see some activity that's heading about over into your general vicinity. Would not be surprised if you guys had severe weather with the potential for tornadoes within that general time frame of, well, obviously now, but even later on past midnight. The good news is here, someone said that they live in Stillwell. This is the storm over here in Oklahoma, and Stillwell is north of this. So the storm is actually heading off to your south, meaning that this storm will not be a major threat to you. So that's the good news. That is the good news. And it also looks like this is the only, this is the last wave to actually move on through Oklahoma. So after this, probably won't be as much activity for storms. Jackson, what's up? Hello, hello. Heard you guys lost your game today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. There's also another storm that's over near Briartown that also has a little bit of rotation, a little weak storm that's over there. So I'll have to consider that as well. But definitely the area over near Greasy is the storm to watch, I would have to say. I mean, it has some very good rotation. It might be gusting out a little bit on the southern edges, but it has some very good winds here as a rear flank downdraft. As a matter of fact, the inbound velocity winds here, the velocities for the winds moving towards the radar is 76 miles per hour. 76 miles per hour. Very strong winds moving towards the radar there. No debris signature to report off of that, though, so that's the good news. There are some other showers and thunderstorms that are starting to sprout across the board in Missouri now. And these are the storms that could potentially become tornadic now. So areas along that cold front that I was talking about, that giant line of storms that extended from north central portions of Missouri all the way down into Oklahoma. Yeah, those storms can produce tornadoes as well. And here we go. This is another wave. This is the second wave that we were talking about in my video this morning. And this will most likely be a bit of a tornado risk, but then later on this evening will probably be a damaging wind threat. But yeah, as of right now, still a tornado risk. Still ongoing here right now. We have 2 tornado warnings that are in effect into portions of Missouri, and we have a widespread tornado watch into portions of Illinois, as well as Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. I'm going to take a look at a couple things here. First off, St. Louis is not being impacted at the moment, but they will be impacted here probably within the next hour and a half to 2 hours, probably 2 hours, when this cold front line actually starts to move on through. So 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock is around the time frame in which these significant showers and thunderstorms will be moving off into your area. So just keep in mind as this continues to move on through. Definitely watch out for these storms. I want to go up to Illinois real quickly. And there's the storm over here. At least there's a couple storms over here that I wanted to look at. And I saw that there could potentially have been a tornado that formed over here south of Lincoln, just briefly. And it does look like that could have potentially been the case, a quick spin up. But yeah. Small, potentially developing storm near Dallas-Fort Worth. Well, the Dallas-Fort Worth is not anticipated to get strong storms, so that's the thing. It's, you know, not significant here. There's only a special weather statement. So we're going, no offense, all right, no offense. But I personally want to prioritize the areas that are going to be impacted the most rather than areas that are just getting regular scattered showers and thunderstorms. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Branson, Missouri, how will they look? It looks like they're going to be a part of the cold front. They could potentially get some stuff later on. And when I mean later on, I mean within the next 30 minutes. I don't want to talk about it, Jackson. I really don't. Yeah, there it is. Branson, Missouri. And they most likely will be impacted by some potential severe thunderstorm that'll move on through with some large hail. Large hail and damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you're in Branson, I would watch out for these storms. They don't particularly look tornadic at the moment. They could. That could change. But as of right now, that's the main risk here for these storms. Miller, Missouri. Yep, let me take a look. Miller, Missouri, which is a bit west of the risk. So you guys actually are fine. Miller is in the clear. You guys are all good. Evansville, Indiana, you guys aren't expected to get stuff today. You might get stuff tomorrow, but it'd be just scattered showers and thunderstorms, more or less. How's Wilmington, North Carolina look for tomorrow? As I mentioned earlier on in the stream, I said that there is the potential for scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly with the potential for damaging winds. Midnight outlook. Good question. Can I check? I can check. Midnight outlook. All right, I'm gonna go over here, and we won't have the actual cities on here, so you guys are just gonna have to guess as to where these storms are, as well as what the timing is. But I'll tell you guys what the time is as this continues to move on through. By midnight, storms are expected to be somewhere over near central portions of Arkansas, heading down to southwestern portions of Arkansas, all the way up into southeastern portions of Missouri and southern portions of Illinois, as well as northern portions of Indiana. The storms in northern Indiana aren't going to be as significant, however. It's going to actually be more or less of a scattered shower and thunderstorm risk. I mean, you could get a severe storm, maybe two, but not expected to be super significant. So that's the big thing there. That's the good news. This is the main line that is expected around midnight. And the main risk here will be damaging winds, but you could see some tornadoes with it as well. Chicago's not expected to be in this main portion of the risk. They are a little too far north. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. Shannon, Missouri, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour. It also has a tornado possible tag on it. So, watch out for that. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that are now getting issued. I want to take a look back at the Fort Smith cell. I want to see what it's doing. It doesn't look like it's done a whole lot. It also looks like it looks like its updraft has collapsed. Just for a teeny bit. Either that or it did a left split again and it's trying to organize itself. But it's turning really rain-wrapped right now. But hey, it's trying to recycle, so I'll give it that. Still a potential tornadic storm that's heading on through, and it'll probably go north of Fort Smith, so we'll continue to watch out for that storm, 100%. Going over here. Did you see the Hamilton tornado around 3 or 4? No, I did not. I actually was not home at the time. And, well, I did see pictures of it, but I did not see it live, so Yeah. Blairsville, Georgia. They're not in the risk today. But I'll check to see if Blairsville, Georgia's in tomorrow's risk. They are in tomorrow's risk, so I'd watch out for some strong damaging winds. That'll be your main threat. You could potentially see a tornado, but otherwise. What's the weather hazards for Tuesday, Wednesday? Do I think the outlook will change? I think it'll be more of a tornado and hail threat. Maybe a little bit of a wind threat. I don't have the best of information for Tuesday and Wednesday's event here right now. But if you guys tune into my video tomorrow, I will probably upload the video sometime in the afternoon. So if you guys tune into my video around that time frame, I will give you guys an answer as to what I think will happen on Tuesday. And I will also tell you all if I will be streaming or not. So that's the thing right there that I wanted to say about Tuesday and Wednesday. Which, by the way, for people who might be wondering, oh, there's more weather coming? Yeah, there's more severe weather that's coming to the United States. So we'll be talking about that for quite a bit. Indeed, indeed. Fredericktown? Yes, I will take a look at Fredericktown. By the way, just a disclaimer, if you think that I am actually ignoring you on purpose, just realize there are over 1,000 other people watching me, and most of them are in the chat talking. So if I glance over you on accident and you think it's on purpose, I apologize. It is not. It is not. Fredericktown, Missouri will be getting some showers and thunderstorms here pretty soon. You are south of Farmington, and you can see we have a couple waves of showers and thunderstorms that actually have been tornado warned at some point, with some instances to where there could potentially be even a tornado or two that is formed off of this. I'll say potentially because it's unknown at this time. And it's one of those things to where these lines of showers and thunderstorms are going to continue to move on through, push about, and they are going to threaten the area to bring all hazards like damaging winds, hail, and tornado. So I would continue to stay on standby. I'd continue to watch out for these storms because you are not out of the risk at this moment. Is a hurricane coming to the United States? Probably not anymore this year. There could be some stuff. There could be some tropical activity. Of course, I could always be wrong, but... Wentzville. Wentzville, I will take a look. Wentzville, Missouri. That is near the St. Louis metro area, so you guys are about to get some showers and thunderstorms here within the next hour and a half. Now, it's a bit hit or miss because there's actually a break in the line right here near Lynn and Vienna. Of course, south of Vienna, there's a severe thunderstorm. North of Lynn, there's a severe thunderstorm. So depending upon where you get hit within this line could determine as to how much activity you actually get. So just keep that in mind as these storms continue to move on through. And don't be surprised if you get some stuff. Don't be surprised if you don't get some stuff. But as I always say on this channel, better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. Am I monitoring the local Skywarn nets? I have IEMbot here, which keeps me up to date with what the National Weather Service sends out. As for the spotter network, not really. I could turn that on here, though. But it's pretty... It can cover the screen a little bit. But I'll turn it on for St. Louis. Just to have it. All these dots are storm spotters. And then there's also reports across the board of stuff. So if there's a new report that comes in, I'll be able to tell you all. Now, I actually need to find the shape file for the individual, the spotter and the reports, because I really do not want the whole shebang. I kind of want to be able to distinguish between specifics and turn off specifics. Champaign, Illinois. Give me a second. I will talk to you all. Talk to you about that here in a second. Champaign, Illinois, which is just to the south and east of Bloomington. So you guys are getting some showers and thunderstorms. They aren't severe by any stretch of the imagination. Your severe weather is going to be more off towards your west, and that'll also be heading off more or less north of you as well. You could see some outflow boundaries creating some strong damaging winds from this as well, but as of right now, kind of does seem to be more or less that the severe threat is going to be heading off towards your north more than anything. Will Southern West Virginia get anything? Or Southwest Virginia get anything? Tomorrow they could. Tomorrow they could, but it'll be a small risk for tornadoes, a decent risk for wind, potentially spotty hail. Caseyville, Illinois. I'm going to be completely honest with you all. The people who actually, like, you know, put like little signs as well as their towns, you guys actually have some pretty good ideas, because then I can actually tell as to who's asking what, and I could just look up a town name. So Caseyville, you know, like if people put a bunch of dashes, stuff like that. All right, St. Louis Metro. Okay, so this is for everyone who lives in the St. Louis Metro, okay? This is for everyone who lives near St. Louis. Whether you're north, south, east, and west by 30 minutes, listen, all right? Listen up, because this is for all of you, okay? You have a line of showers and thunderstorms that are about to move on through your area, okay? About to move on through your area. There's a little gap, all right? So there could be an instance to where some of you do get showers and thunderstorms, some of you do not, okay? If you do get the showers and thunderstorms, they most likely will be severe. Most likely will be severe. But if you don't get any severe weather throughout the entire event, it will most likely be done and over with by 10:30, maybe 10 Central, all right? So that's the big thing there. That's the big thing that I wanted to say. Oof. Spartanburg, South Carolina, you guys can get some stuff tomorrow. It'd be in the afternoon when you guys would get your activity. Festus, Missouri. We'll indeed look at that. And Terre Haute, I'll take a look at that in a second. Festus, Missouri, as I said, you're not exactly near St. Louis, but you're close enough. Right around that time frame, you guys could get some showers and thunderstorms that can move on through. So just watch out. Just watch out. You could even get another storm even prior to that. You could even get another storm prior to that. Do I think the outlook for tomorrow will change? Probably not. Probably not. Roothouse, Illinois. I'll take a look at that in a second after Terre Haute. All right, I'm going to take a look at Missouri and see where that is. That's in northern Missouri. You guys are fine. If it's Terre Haute, Missouri, that's fine. Illinois, that's also fine. So if it's Terre Haute, Illinois, you guys are okay. And Indiana, you guys could potentially get some severe weather later on in the overnight hours heading into tomorrow morning. I was like, oh my goodness, there's 3 of them. There's one in Missouri, there's one in Indiana, there's one in Illinois. All of them could get severe weather. Oh boy. Had to flip a coin somehow. Roothouse, you guys are expected to get some severe weather as well. More than likely. As that line will continue to move on through, and that will most likely create some strong damaging winds and spotty hail, but damaging winds will be the main priority, the main threat for that. Muncie, Indiana. Muncie, Indiana. That is to the north and east of Indianapolis. You guys are not anticipated to get anything until tomorrow morning. Oh my goodness, there's so many people. Terre Haute, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for mispronouncing town names. Las Vegas, you guys are Las Vegas. You guys are fine. You guys never get stuff. There's also the one casual spotter network guy over in Vegas, so whoever you are, you're special. But there ain't anything over in Vegas. Look at that. Nothing. You guys get some strong damaging winds, but other than that, nothing. Boy. Funnel cloud report. Okay, hold up. Let's go over to the Fort Smith thing. We'll get back into forecasts in a bit. Funnel cloud report with this storm near Sequoia. So look at that. This storm over here that's heading off into Arkansas, into Fort Smith. There is a funnel cloud reported with this storm. So something to keep in mind with that. Verdun. Let's take a look and see. You guys are anticipated to get showers and thunderstorms as well, and it's right within your area too. That's not the right radar, Nate, you donut. Let's take a look at the other radar. Okay, so you guys had showers and thunderstorms. All right, you guys had showers and thunderstorms. And you're going to get another wave here soon. Well, when I mean soon, I mean like probably 2 hours from now. So definitely something to watch out for that as this continues to move on through. Silo, Illinois. Let me take a look and see. Should I in Ohio be good? Depends. If you live in central to eastern portions of Ohio tomorrow, you are in a risk for tornadoes. It is a small risk, but it is still a chance. And you guys remember the last time there was a low chance for tornadoes that went on through, it actually caused tornadoes. So more or less one of those things where need to have a plan of action just in case. Highly recommend it. So Silo, Illinois is right near St. Louis. As I said with St. Louis this entire night, you guys are going to get your activity within an hour and a half to 2 hours. Most likely will be done by 10 to 10:30 Central Daylight Time. Main risk will be damaging winds, maybe tornadoes as well. Oh my goodness, there's so much. California, bruh. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. How long does it take for the tornado paths to get reported? Where could you find the information? So usually they send a survey team out the following day, and they, depending upon how much damage it does, it could be that one day where they're done with the actual survey, or it could be over a span of multiple days. But usually they would reveal it on Twitter, and they would send a link if you follow it. So just pay attention to the local National Weather Service office, and they will tell you. Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Let's take a look and see. Let's take a look. It's a bit further south. It's way further south. Yeah, you guys are expected to get those showers and thunderstorms a lot later tonight. Probably around midnight, honestly. Probably around midnight. St. Robert, Missouri. Give me a second. I'm going to try and find where that is. And that's right along 44, which is near Rolla. And you guys are about to get your showers and thunderstorms. Now, they're about to literally move on through your area. So this is the final wave for you all right? This is the final wave. It's right near Waynesville, which is where you guys are at. Now, the only severe thunderstorm at this time is off towards your north and east, okay? So, as of right now, nothing is super severe for you all, but just in case, damaging winds will be the main threat. So just stay away from windows, and if you do that, you guys should be fine. Guys should be fine. Oh my goodness, there is so many people. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the live stream. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And speaking of which, we are 16 subscribers away from 16,000 subscribers. My goodness, thank you guys so much. As I said, we're all just one giant team here helping each other, trying to get the information out as much as possible. We're going to talk about a couple of more places. We're going to talk about some other towns that people say in the chat here. And then we're going to go over the general overview because we still do have 2 tornado warnings, guys. So we're going to want to provide updates on those things and what they are doing as well. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming out to the live stream. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And we have 750 likes, almost to 800 likes. I really do appreciate it. Like, guys, thank you so much for helping me out. Like, I really do appreciate it. I really do. Okay, back to me trying to get stuff here. Jackson Sobel with the $2 super chat says, "Hey Nate, how are you doing? See you Wednesday." Yep, indeed, I will see you Wednesday. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not Al is going to work you to death, but hey, I'll enjoy every second of it because I'm not doing it. But thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I'll also bring the mask on Wednesday as well. I'll do that. All right, Mountain Grove, which is in the southern portions of Missouri. It's over here. So you guys already got past the first wave, and the second wave is starting to head on towards you. I'd definitely watch out for how this thing continues to progress, because there's definitely some showers and thunderstorms, one of which is actually severe, others which are actually kind of tornadic. So I would definitely watch out for these storms as this continues to move about. St. Robert, Missouri. That is north of that. North of that, near Rolla. So you guys, as I mentioned, this is the last stand. This is the last wave of showers and thunderstorms that are going to move on through in your area. This is right near Waynesboro, as I said. Or Waynesville, I should say. Not Waynesboro, Waynesville. And this is basically where the cold front is starting to surge on through. These storms are not severe at this time, but they could be severe. So just please stay in your sturdy structures and stay away from windows. Joliet, you guys are a little bit too far north, although you guys do have some pretty heavy rain within your area, so there is that. Is that area supposed to get hit by the storm coming in from St. Louis? Yeah, you're going to get hit by this line that's heading into St. Louis, so yes. Jeez, this storm right here that's heading up towards Bonnet Terre and Park Hills, as well as Valley's Mines. This storm looks really interesting. More of a damaging wind risk as of right now, but it could potentially become tornadic a little bit later. So I'm gonna have to watch out for how this continues to move through. Any significant tornadoes today? Yes, maybe, kind of. There was kind of a strong tornado that was in northern portions of Missouri earlier. I did not live stream it because I was not home at the time, but a lot of people were saying it was a strong tornado. Morton, Illinois. I already said Roadhouse, Illinois. You're fine. Morton, Illinois is near Peoria, so that's completely different. That's an area that we have not talked about yet. And Peoria, that general vicinity, is getting some heavy amounts of rain. There are a couple flash flood warnings within that general vicinity, so if you do see flooded roadways and you are driving, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because most flooded areas could appear a lot shallower than they actually are, so just keep in mind for that. Searcy, Arkansas. You guys are expected to get your activity at around 10 to 11 Central Daylight Time. So keep that in mind as this continues to move on through. Could potentially get some strong storms with mainly damaging winds as your main threat. Could get some tornadoes too, but damaging winds will be the main priority there. How about Club Missouri? Club Missouri is... oh boy. Give me a second to try and find it. Alright, it's north of there, north of there. Alright, so you guys don't have anything yet, but you guys most likely will get some activity here soon. With the second line of storms. I would expect some stuff more or less near midnight for you all. I'd definitely watch out for that. Terre Haute? Is that how it's pronounced? Sheesh. My fault. How strong do I anticipate the line to be around Nashville, Tennessee overnight? Not super significant. Can I check Vatican City, Vatican? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. I've been there once, but unfortunately, no. Imagine if I could be the official weatherman of the Pope. That'd be pretty cool. Do I think the outlook for tomorrow will change? No. I think the outlook for Tuesday could change. I think the outlook for Wednesday could change. Tomorrow, probably not. Recently discovered the side of YouTube. I've always been a weather nut in my life, and this is awesome. Well, I'm glad you could join this side of YouTube. And feel free to hang around for a bit. I also upload videos on occasion. It's not daily like I used to anymore. But on occasion on this channel, talking about severe weather setups and even tropical setups. We'll eventually get into winter setups when winter weather comes around. But if you like stuff like that, feel free to stick around. Subscribe and turn on channel notifications to stay up to date with the channel. Speaking of the channel, we have hit 16,000 subscribers. Round of applause, everyone. We've done it. We got to 16,000 subscribers. The plan is by the end of the year, hopefully, and I say hopefully because probably won't happen, is we get up to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if we can do that, that'd be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. Findlay, Ohio. Ohio's not expected to get anything until tomorrow, so just keep that in mind. Kankakee, Illinois, you guys are expected to get some showers and thunderstorms. Let's see if I can... there you go. It's just some scattered showers and thunderstorms at the moment. Nothing too severe, but you guys could get some stuff. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can scroll up here. Might have missed quite a lot of stuff. Richmond, Indiana. Yes, I will take a look here. Where is... there's so many people. You guys are expected to get your stuff into the early morning hours of tomorrow. Festus, Missouri. It's pronounced Bon Terre. Really? That kind of makes sense now that I think about it. New tornado warning. New tornado warning that just got issued for Madison, Reynolds, and Saint Francois, I think is how it's pronounced, or Saint Francis. I think it's Saint Francois County though, in Missouri, and that'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a new tornado warning has been issued. Let's see if we can go over to the St. Louis radar here. And while we're at it, we can check out Festus, Missouri, and they're actually in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, so they could potentially get some of this activity here as well. It's expected to go a little bit to the south of you all, but still, you're expected to get some severe weather, not only from this first wave that's currently moving on through, but the second wave that's over near I-44. So keep that in mind as this continues to move on through into the evening. All right, I know a lot of people want me to talk about their towns and for me to check them. But as of right now, we're going to take a look at the tornado warning here real quickly. And this is a new tornado warning. This is for Iron, Madison, Reynolds, and Francois County. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Bellevue, this storm will be around your area at 7:55, and even areas around Ironton, Pilot Knob, Arcadia, and Iron Mountain, you guys will get activity at around 8 p.m. Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, and Roselle, you guys will get activity at 8:05. So if I just called out any of your areas, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take a look at the radar here. There's not a whole lot to see because it's very congealed at the moment, but if we take a look at the velocities, we have a pretty good signature here indicating that there is some very good rotation. I'm going to change it over to the storm relative velocities for us to be able to interpret it a little bit better. But greens are winds moving towards the radar, reds are winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This counterclockwise flow is what we would look for, and we have ourselves some counterclockwise rotation. Now, some of you were saying that there could be some debris within this area, and I would have to agree. I think that this actually could potentially be a tornado or was a tornado in progress. So definitely something to watch out for here. I definitely see that there is a tornado right within here that could have been on the ground, if not is currently on the ground, currently impacting some trees. So that is the good news, but it does not look like it'll be impacting some trees in the future. Pilot Knob, Ironton, Iron Mountain Lake, Roselle, this storm's heading off towards you. It is heading off towards you, and this is expected to continue to be tornadic. So if you live here, all right, if you live here, need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The other thing here too is that I'm taking a look at the spectrum width, which can basically tell me if there is a lot of turbulence here. And right here within a lot of these oranges and yellows, that tells me that there's a lot of turbulence, meaning that there could potentially be some tornadic activity because tornadoes typically produce, well, turbulence. So here we are with this tornado warning that is showing off some very strong rotation in general. And that's not a debris signature at the moment. Oh, yeah, 6,000 feet up in the sky. And it's on the outskirts of the actual rotation, so I doubt that. That also looks pretty contaminated right there, too, so not debris right there. But previously, yeah, right about there is where there could have been a tornado. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move about. Very strong rotation that's heading off towards Pilot Knob, Ironton, and Bellevue. We also have some other areas that are a bit tornadic. Areas off to the north, near Bonne Terre. There could potentially be some rotation over there as well as south of Centerville. Areas north of Ellington. There's a little bit of rotation on these storms as well. So it's not just one area that has, tornadic rotation. It's not just one and done. There's other areas too that could potentially get it as well. And it's just really one of those things to where there is a lot of activity that's really starting to kind of just materialize. I'm looking around here. I'm trying to see a bunch of stuff. What about Cincinnati, Ohio? First off, good game to you all today. You thoroughly kicked our butts. I was there at the game, and I was very sad. I'm just kidding. I wasn't sad. I was more disappointed more than anything. But congratulations. You beat us hard today, and you guys are expected to get some severe weather tomorrow. The most most nonchalant give up of a sports fan. But for real. Yeah, you're going to most likely get some severe weather tomorrow. I know you're busy. Well, when you get a chance, what's the model looking like for North Carolina tomorrow? Scattered showers and thunderstorms, with wind being the main risk and tornadoes being possible. How's Potosi, Missouri? Let me check here real quickly. Jackson's on my hockey team. I didn't miss any donations, by the way, did I? Because my Streamlabs is not working for any reason whatsoever. I honestly have no clue. But the real Theo, I just saw that move on through. Thank you for the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Potosi, Missouri. That's just got through one wave. All right, so that just got through the first wave right here. All right, so here's Potosi, and here is the massive line of showers and thunderstorms that just moved on through. But then you have another wave that's going to be moving on through. So here's Potosi again, and here's the second wave that is potentially severe. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through to the north and east. Can I look at Arkansas? Northeastern Arkansas is not going to get anything until later on tonight, potentially into the midnight hours, maybe a little bit earlier on than that, maybe a little bit later on than that, sometime around that time frame. But yeah, as for Arkansas as a whole right now, there's a couple showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through, with one in Cedarville right now, trying to hang on for dear life. It's kind of on the struggle bus at the moment because its structure is not exactly the best. But there's a couple showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through, and it's not significant by any stretch of the imagination. So that's the good news there. Tour on the ground in Ironville? Well, it was on the ground to begin with, so I would not be surprised if it's on the ground again. I mean, this is what we've been saying for quite some time. There's going to most likely be another tornado, or at least the storm's going to continue to be tornadic as this continues to move on through. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move about. And yeah, that is a debris signature, 100%. That is a one of the better debris signatures we've seen today, indeed. So definitely something to watch out for with that. Tabletop Geek, I've answered that question a couple of times already, so I'll answer it one final time before it's considered as spam. No, I do not think the risk will change for tomorrow. Maybe a brief tornado has occurred here, because it looks like the the debris signature is kind of weakened a little bit. But yeah, there's clear debris that's being kicked up here from the correlation coefficient. A lot of this rain, for people who are new to weather, a lot of this red here is just general rain. And then there can be some instances where some of these yellows can indicate heavier substances that are not rain. They could be hail. They could be, debris. Usually it's hail or debris. And there you go. So there's the debris signature right there from the correlation coefficient. As I said, it usually picks up rain, but in this instance, it's picking up debris. What are the risks for Maryland? Strong damaging winds with the potential for a tornado, but I think it's going to be a damaging wind threat. Jackson, don't make me have you skate suicides. It's not abnormal for tornadoes in October and even November in Dixie Alley. Anytime there's seasonal clashes of air masses, severe weather can happen. I agree. As a matter of fact, time frames around October is considered the second severe weather season of the year. It does look like this, this signature here. It's kind of fanned out a little bit. Might be a little bit of inflow there too. So maybe not exactly total debris, but I would not be surprised if it was a tornado. Would not be surprised if it was a tornado. But it's starting to look a little bit more like an inflow notch now. It's starting to clear out its inflow notch, and it's starting to become a little bit more like air. So, yeah, I'd say there isn't a tornado on the ground right now. I'd say probably not. But there is still a chance for a tornado later on, as it does seem to still be tornadic. Then there's also the other storm near Bonne Terre that also has rotation as well. And that will continue to be potentially tornadic as well. But that doesn't have a tornado warning at the moment. Just a severe thunderstorm warning. I appreciate everyone who's tuned into the live stream. As I said, thank you guys so much. We have over 1,000 people watching. We have 853 likes. Almost up to 900 likes. Thank you guys so much. That'd be greatly appreciated. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help me share this information with more and more people. And share this with friends and family and on social media. That would also be greatly appreciated. That way we can try and get this information out. That's the big thing there. It's just going to want to try and get to as many people as possible. Central Illinois, mainly a flooding risk at this point. Got a bunch of scattered showers and thunderstorms within your general vicinity, but none of which seem to be severe at the moment. I'll keep you up to date if anything changes, but as of right now, it does seem to be more of a flooding risk as well as a potential damaging wind risk. But that's only central Illinois. If you're in central Illinois or northern Illinois, that is your risk. If you are in southern Illinois, like say Springfield and further south, all right, I know Springfield isn't southern Illinois, but like Springfield, Illinois and south, all right, you guys could potentially get another wave of showers and thunderstorms that can move on through. So just watch out for that. There's a report of a wall cloud that was over near Cave with this line of storms. And yeah, there was briefly a wall cloud over there. Briefly, a wall cloud could have potentially produced a tornado there too. So we'll have to see if that line actually ends up producing a tornado. We did mention earlier that we could have the potential to do that. There actually is another area that could potentially produce a tornado here too, as well, near Ellsbury, as well as Hamburg. So if you live in those areas, if you know anyone who lives near those areas, I would highly recommend just monitoring that storm. And if it looks like there's a tornado that's going to fall or going to drop down outside, just get into your safe space. Probably the best way to go at that point. The storm in Bonne Terre is starting to get very concerning. That's not a debris signature. But my goodness, very strong rotation here at the surface. I mean, look at this. We got greens and even bright greens moving towards the radar, and then we got bright reds moving away from the radar. Clear counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. So yeah, there's definitely some rotation with this storm that's near Bonne Terre. Would not be surprised if they issue a tornado warning for this thing as well. Speaking of tornado warnings, they just issued a tornado warning here. This is for Monroe and Randolph counties in Illinois, as well as Saint Francois and I don't know what that's supposed to stand for, STE, but Genevieve County in Missouri. It's probably for this storm right here. So just know that this thing now has a tornado warning, and it probably is going to be on the ground here soon. I mean, this thing is rocking. This thing is intense. I mean, there's the new tornado warning right there. Let's see what it actually is pronounced here. Yeah, Saint Genevieve. I'm gonna just have to assume it's Saint Genevieve. But Monroe, Randolph, St. Genevieve, and St. Francois County in Missouri and Illinois, you have a tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in those areas, need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This thing has very strong rotation, all right? The actual speed of the rotation here, the actual speed of the rotation, according to the radar, is 105 miles per hour. That's how fast it's actually spinning. That's how fast it's spinning. It's pronounced St. Francis. I appreciate people who corrected me. So St. Francis. It doesn't look like St. Francis, but I really do appreciate it. But yeah, this thing is spinning very fast. Very fast. And usually when that happens, that's when things start to translate down to the ground, and that's when we talk about tornadoes. The velocities have now decreased a bit. That's the good news. The actual rotational velocity has decreased. Still have that counterclockwise spin there, but right there, that is where the rotation is. So 2 tornado warnings at the moment, and they're both heading towards I-55. Both heading towards I-55. It's St. Francois. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I'm not gonna lie, so I appreciate that. What about St. Louis? Yeah, you guys are still expected to get your severe weather here, although the second line isn't as severe as the first one. So once you get past this first wave here, then you guys should be all right. But, geesh. Is it a place file to see the velocity speeds? No, you just hold control and you move your mouse. You can also put a marker on one velocity, and then if you take a look at an opposite directional velocity, it gives you the delta velocity as well. For instance, all right, if I take the strongest pixel right here, place a marker, and then hold control and start moving over the reds, it tells me the delta velocity, the velocity inbound, the velocity outbound, how tall it is up in the sky, as well as the probabilities of it being an EF1, EF2, EF3, EF4. So for this velocity right now, it has a delta velocity of 85.5 knots, which is about 95 miles per hour, and it has a 56% chance of being an EF1. But we can't use that as actual data because that's kind of stupid. We need to see actual damage. I missed a donation. I did, didn't I? WWNB Gaming with the $2 super chat says, use windy.com for webcams. It shows every webcam. Does it? Windy.com webcams. Oh, there are a couple webcams. There's one right there in St. Louis, but there's a webcam that's better in St. Louis. So if I want to use a St. Louis webcam, I'll use that. Oh wait, those webcams are time lapses. So yeah, usually I would just use traffic cameras. Traffic cameras is the way to go. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, we have quite a few. I mean, these 2 tornadic storms are very strong here. I'm taking a look at this other storm over here that's near Pilot Knob, the one that's near Iron Mountain Lake. This thing might be trying to actually go again. I mean, the velocities are still very strong with this. And it's just, it just lost it. The velocities are no longer registering. So this thing might have intensified further, but the last velocity here, okay, and take this with a grain of salt because it could be contaminated, meaning that the values could actually be incorrect, it could be over-exaggerated. But the actual rotational velocity on this storm was, get this, 159 miles per hour. Now this is up 5,600 feet up in the sky, so it's not like right at the ground, but it's still very strong rotation there. Very significant amounts of spin. So that's the big thing there. New tornado warning here that has just been issued. This here is for Douglas and Wright counties, and that will be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Ava, Brushy Knob, and Mansfield, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Contrary to most of the other storms to the east of all of this, there is a mini thunderstorm that could potentially produce a tornado. Look at how small this thing is. It has a little mini hook, has a little mini inflow notch, and yet it still has a little mini rotation that could produce a tornado. So my goodness, we got all sorts of stuff that's happening here that are coming in all sorts of different shapes and sizes. And that just goes to show you that it's not just this big storms that produce tornadoes. They're the little small ones too. I mean, I'm going to measure how wide this actual storm is from east to west. And the storm in itself is about 6.5 miles wide. 6.5 miles wide. This thing is small as heck, and yet it still has rotation here. You can clearly see the rotation with this storm. Greens are moving to the towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and that's where the tornado would most likely be at. So a lot of stuff here that is starting to kind of congeal over the past hour and a half. There's just been so much activity here in Missouri, and we're going to continue to cover it as much as possible. But speaking of covering it as much as possible, the National Weather Service has now issued 2 new tornado warnings here. So we just talked about one tornado that was just a tornado warning that was just issued prior. Now there is another tornado warning that was just issued. This is the extension for the Iron Mountain Lake tornado warning. So this is now for St. Genevieve and St. Francois County, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in Park Hills, if you guys live in Farmington and Knob Lick, this will be around your area at around 8:20, 8:25. So if you're in those areas that I just called, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this storm, as I mentioned, has looked to have had a very, very strong rotation for quite some time. I mean, my goodness, there is this thing is really has been rotating quite well for an abundance of the evening here. You have your blues that are moving towards the radar. That's very strong winds moving towards the radar. And then you have grays and reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. This counterclockwise flow is where we would look for tornadoes. And we got that right there. A bit of tornadic rotation with this cell. A lot of turbulence here. And even if we take a look at the radar here, you can see the classic hooking characteristic that we would try and find on this. And so a lot of activity here that is coming out and about from the storm that actually most likely had produced a tornado in the past. And then we're also going to talk about the other tornado warning for Iron, Reynolds, and Madison County. That'll also be in effect until the top of the hour. If you guys live in places near Glover, Ironton, and Arcadia, this will be around your area at around 8:25, 8:30. So if I just called your area, or if you know anyone who lives within those areas, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, if you're in a tornado warning right now, all right, there's 5 tornado warnings right now. If you are under one, you guys got to go ahead and take the liberty to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Someone just said tornado warning sirens have just been sounded off in Ava. Yes, that is because there is indeed a tornado warning over in Ava, and it looks like the storm over near Ava has just kind of went. This thing is really kind of just fired off on all cylinders, and we got a storm here that's trying to become tornadic, maybe even produce a brief tornado here. This will be heading off to the northern portions of Ava, so areas near State Highway 5, kind of when it just bends off towards the north and east. That's right around where the storm is. It's actually around there and in between that and State Highway 14. So if you guys know anyone who lives within those areas, guys need to really heed these warnings, because this could potentially become really tornadic here pretty soon. I want to take a look at something here. I'm gonna input some roads so I can start telling people as to where specifically this is. There we go. All right, I got it. And it's starting to head across County Road 509 into State Highway B, as well as County Highway 510. So that general area over there, that's where these storms are actually heading off towards. And even State Highway K, that's where that rotation is, just to the north of Ava. So just keep in mind as this continues to move on through, because this storm is really trying to create a tornado, even for how small this thing actually is. Now, the good news is it looks like if you're in the main part of Ava, this storm has successfully went off towards the went off north of you. So you guys are in the clear as of right now. That is the good news. But if you're in areas south of Mansfield and Norwood, however, you guys are not in the clear. You guys are still potentially in the risk for tornadoes here. So yeah, this is definitely the storm to watch out for as this continues to go about. But I'm talking about that part of the state. Let's talk about the other part of the state here with these other 3 tornado warnings. 3 separate storms here in eastern Missouri, all within the line here. One of which is just crossing I-55 near Bloomsdale. Another one which is near the Iron Mountain Lake near Farmington. That one's had some pretty significant rotation for quite some time. And then another one near Lesterville, right about near Glover. And so just basically a barrage, an entire wave of tornadic storms that have had probably a history of producing tornadoes. They're going to continue to move on through, and they're most likely going to cross over I-55 here and maybe even head off into Illinois. So all the more reason to where if you're out in front of these storms, you need to heed our warning. You need to heed the National Weather Service warning to get into a safe structure, because if there is a tornado with these storms, then it's rather safe than sorry at that point, because if you're impacted by a tornado and you're not ready, could potentially be very dangerous. Do not see a CC in Farmington. That is a negative, sauce boss. That is a negative, sauce boss. New convective outlook just got issued. I'm curious as to what they did for this outlook today. And they kept the 10% tornadoes, of course, with a significant risk as well. So there you go. New meso discussion discussing 533, discussing Tornado Watch 533. The greatest tornado threat is currently over southeastern Missouri and is expected to shift into southern Illinois. A trio of supercells currently extend from St. Genevieve into Reynolds County, Missouri, with strong mesocyclones noted on radar. Storm mode appears complex with substantial precipitation ahead of the circulation. Meaning that those storms that we've been talking about right here, these barrage of storms, these 3 storms right here, the 3 compadres of severe weather, this is going to be your main risk. This is going to be your main tornado risk here. Your highest risk, I should say, for tornadoes for the next hour or 2. So big time activity there. with this. It looks like the tornado warning up near Monroe, Randolph, and St. Genevieve County. That one, the furthest northern tornado warning, has lost a bit of its structure. It still could easily re-intensify, of course, but it's not exactly looking the most ideal, like the most ideal storm to produce a tornado. So, as of right now, probably is not going to produce a tornado. Further down south, near Farmington and Iron Mountain Lake, I mean, this storm just has continued to intensify more and more. Very strong rotation with this, of course. I do not see a debris signature with this, but this thing could produce a tornado, and we're going to continue to watch out for it. So Noblick, Libertyville, Kaufman, Farmington, you guys are not out of the clear. If you live in those areas in Missouri, you need to take your proper precaution and get into your safe space. You're in Champlain. Champlain is in, of course, Illinois. And you guys are just getting some heavy showers and thunderstorms. Nothing too severe at the moment. There might be something tornadic just to the west of you near Cisco and Argenta. So I'll watch out for that, see if there's anything tornadic off of that storm. But otherwise, as of right now, nothing too severe for me to report. That is the good news. Now, I wanna say this here real quickly because I probably won't be able to do it otherwise. I currently own a Discord server. All right, I own a Discord server, so if you have Discord, we have over 1,300 members in that Discord server. If you want to better your knowledge in weather or you want more information about weather, go to that Discord server. Go to that Discord server. They will give it to you because there are active people over there. They will try and answer your questions. Of course, I'll be talking in there as well. So if you want to talk, Discord server link is in the chat right there. My goodness, this storm in Farmington really is starting to really intensify. I mean, my goodness, this thing is starting to amplify a bit. 49 on top of 78. We'll just go to 70. Oh, no, that's 79. No, that's 80. Never mind. So that's technically a 129 mile per hour rotation. That's how fast this rotation over here in Farmington is actually rotating. That's really fast. So my goodness, pretty strong storm here that's moving about. Pretty strong storm. And these two storms here, Farmington and Glover, these are the two supercells here to watch. These are the two strong storms. People are saying CC drop. I don't see anything right now on these two storms at the moment. Let's go back over to the storm in Ava. And I do not see a debris signature with this either. Nor do I see a spectrum width drop. Until now, it's starting to drop with its spectrum width, but it's all along the line. But yeah, this is quite the active period right now here today, guys. This is a very concerning situation with multiple storms and a new tornado warning that just got issued. This is for Iron, Reynolds County, and Madison County. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is now south and west of the storm in Glover. This is near Ellington. So we have the storm that just crossed over the interstate, which is starting to re-intensify near Bloomsdale, and it's starting to move towards Ruma and Evansville in Illinois. We have the storm that's really intensifying near Farmington that's really kicking up a notch, 90 on top of 42. That is a 130 some, oh my goodness. It's a 132 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotational velocity is within that storm, 132 miles per hour. absolute insane unit of storm. And then this other storm here near Glover, confirmed tornado has now been reported. Law enforcement has confirmed the tornado near Glover. And this is all the more reason that if you live in Glover, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We've been talking about how these storms are most likely going to continue to produce tornadoes more and more. And here we are. This thing is really firing off on all cylinders at this point. Big time severe weather activity with another tornado that is confirmed on the ground at this time. So we have a crap ton of tornado warnings. If you live near Cibola, Annapolis, Ellington, areas near Glover, Roselle, Mine Lamont, Fredericktown, Noblick, Libertyville, Farmington, Kaufman, Weingarten, Rocky Ridge, Bloomsdale, Ruma, Evansville, areas near I-55, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So practically anywhere along Interstate 154 and 162, all right, 154 and 162, guys need to get into your safe space because that's where one of the tornadic rotations is actually heading off towards. But yeah, Evansville, Illinois, Bloomsdale, Missouri, Farmington, Missouri, Libertyville, Missouri, Kaufman, Missouri, Weingarten, Missouri, Glover, Missouri, Cibola, Missouri, Annapolis, Missouri, Ellington, Missouri. If you live in those areas, need to get in your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There is no question about it. We already have a confirmed tornado here. I mean, the clear rotation. I mean, this is some very strong rotation here with this storm. You have the blues are the winds moving towards the radar, and you have your grays that are moving away from the radar. You have your classic counterclockwise flow here, this rotation that tornadoes in the United States typically take. And that's clear as day right there, especially with a confirmed tornado from law enforcement there in Glover. If I take a measurement as to how fast this actual rotation is, 7,000 feet up in the sky, I have 105 on top of 23, which makes this a 128 mile per hour rotational velocity, or delta velocity as we typically call it in the weather world. So clear rotation here with this storm, and we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. Guys, share this live stream with as many people as possible on social media. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, because we need to continue to get this information out. This is a glitch right here. This is a glitch. Do not take this. Do not believe this. All right, this is contamination here, probably side lobe. This right here, if you go to one tilt higher, this is more realistic as to what the velocities are actually. Yep, there's the debris signature. Farmington, so another tornado that's on the ground and in progress right now. That is another tornado. Clear debris signature. What the correlation coefficient does is all this rain, it typically looks for, all this red, it typically looks for rain, and that red represents the rain. But some instances, whether it's just plain air and dust being pulled in, or whether it's debris in this instance, it shows up as colors other than red and yellow and even orange. And in this instance, we got greens and blues, and this thing is pretty significant. This is a, that PDS tornado warning. This is now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Libertyville. All right, if you guys live in Libertyville and Kaufman as well as Weingarten, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has just been issued from the National Weather Service. If you live in these areas, you need to get in your safe space now. No question about it. This is a strong tornado in progress. Very strong velocities here that are moving about. Even has two distinct velocities here. Two distinct rotations, but regardless, a tornado is in progress here, and it is a strong one. This is a strong tornado right here. that is most likely going to stay on the ground for quite some time. You need to get in your safe space now. If you live in Kaufman, Weingarten, Libertyville, now is the time to get into your safe space, because this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here in Missouri. Just for people who are curious as to where this is at, up here at the top of your screen is St. Louis. Down here is I-55, and here's the couple bunches of tornado warnings. We have the red polygons, which is just the normal tornado warnings. We have the pink polygons, which is the reported tornado warnings, and we have our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in this northern pink polygon right here with this significant tornado. Kaufman, this tornado will be around your area within the next 10 minutes. Need to get in your safe space right now, because that's what's going to basically pull on through here really soon. This storm is going to move right through your area at around that time. And I think you need to process this, all right? Because if you haven't got there yet and you're thinking about, just riding it out above ground, okay? It will be on top of you in 10 minutes. We are giving you less than that to get into your safe space, because by the time it gets to you, it most likely will do damage. So you need to get into your safe space now. Do not risk your life. Better safe than sorry. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, and it has to be a sturdy one. Debris signature is massive still. Massive debris signature. You can clearly see the low correlation coefficient values, the dark blues. Very dark blues here with this storm. This is a strong tornado right here. Very strong tornado here that is in progress. The other tornado warning that actually had the reported tornado doesn't have a debris signature anymore. It doesn't look like it has a debris signature anymore. But this is the storm right here. This is a very strong rotation. Traffic cameras, there aren't any roads that have traffic cameras in this area until you get closer and closer to I-55. I'll have to check and see if these traffic cameras are still up to date. But my goodness, very strong rotation. You can clearly see we have blue values in here, guys. That's usually above 90 miles per hour here. We have 90-mile-per-hour winds moving towards the radar, and then we have 30 to even 50-mile-per-hour winds moving away from the radar, these light reds and even oranges. Very strong winds here, right within that area. And this is a clear tornado, 100%. Clear, obvious. You can see the hook right within here. Classic hook. Supercell characteristics. This is a storm that's heading straight for Kaufman. Luckily for Kaufman, or luckily for us, I should say, the people of Kaufman, there aren't very many. There are some, but there are not many. So that is the good news. Aiden, if you want to send those in my DMs, feel free. My goodness. Yeah, this is a big time storm. And that velocity just picked up. That velocity just picked up out of nowhere from the Glover cell. This thing might have recycled, and this thing probably produced another tornado. Another tornado. So we probably have 2 strong tornadoes at the same time, guys. We could potentially have 2 strong tornadoes at the same time, one of which has a very large debris ball. If any of you are curious as to how large the debris ball is within this storm, the debris ball in itself, this is not how large the tornado is. This is how large the debris spans from the tornado. It spans about 2.5 miles wide. And this is up 5,000 feet up in the sky. This is a significant tornado right here. Things are... Oh... Might be a bounded weak echo region, also might be debris. Very hard to tell, but people in Frederickstown need to treat this as if it's a tornado on the ground. And there's people who live in Frederickstown too. 3D, unfortunately, we're too far away from the radar to actually to actually use the 3D. We typically would 3D supercells or strong thunderstorms to be able to tell as to what is happening with them, as well as to 3D. Geez, yeah. PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning. This cell that is in Farmington, they have issued a new tornado warning out in front of it for St. Genevieve, as well as St. Mary and Chester in Illinois. This is starting to cross over the Mississippi River here, guys. We have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued again. To repeat the words of the National Weather Service, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Kaufman, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This is a life-threatening situation, and flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This is a very strong tornado here. And that was a quote from the National Weather Service. We have 2 significant storms, one of which is producing a significant tornado. The other one is probably now producing another tornado. And that might be it. They might have issued a new PDS. They might have issued a new PDS tornado warning, maybe. I'm trying to see if I can find. I think this might be a PDS now. I think the cell that just went through Glover is now a PDS. I'll have to see if everything gets updated here. But my goodness, this is a very significant storm. We're about to get a velocity update here pretty soon. And there it is. We got a new velocity update. And it looks like these storms are still very significant. Yeah, we have 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. There it is. Another particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We have 2 significant tornadoes at the same time. We have 2 large and extremely dangerous tornadoes, one of which is located near Roselle, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. If you are in areas that are near Fredericktown, you need to take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm looking up the population of Fredericktown, Missouri. It's almost 4,000 people, which is 4,000 too many, because this is a large tornado that's heading right for their area. And if there's anyone, like, I'm serious, guys, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, anyone who lives in Fredericktown, or if you live in Fredericktown, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And guys, you got to help me share this live stream with as many people as possible. As I said, share this with friends and family and on social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Large tornadoes are in progress right now. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. That way, if there's by any chance someone who lives in Fredericktown who is looking up weather coverage, they can go to my live stream and I can tell them, we can tell them that this stuff is happening. Velocities just went. The velocities just went. That is, that is strong rotation. That is very strong. Blues are moving towards the radar. Yellows are moving away from the radar. Blues and yellows are significant values of wind. We have one value indicating 127 miles per hour moving towards the radar, and we have 85 moving away. According to the radar here, the rotational velocity at 6,700 feet at this period was 210 miles per hour. 210 miles per hour. Keep in mind, this was 6,700 feet above the ground. This does not represent what's happening on the ground, but what's happening on the ground could still be very significant. Don't pre-rate. We have to wait for the damage in order to rate things. That's how the National Weather Service works. There are still 2 significant tornadoes right now. All right, I cannot give you an idea as to how strong, whether it's going to be an EF5, EF4, EF3, EF2. All right, but based off of the velocities, I know that it's going to be stronger than EF1, and it probably could be stronger than an EF2. Probably could. I'm going to do something here real quickly, chat. But my goodness. Give me a second. I'm trying to look up something here. Save. There we go. Slow mode is now active. And I'm also looking up some other stuff. My goodness. I just... Wow. I'm speechless at this point, guys. All I can say is that we have 2 significant tornadoes on the ground and in progress right now. 2 significant tornadoes. One of which is heading off near Kaufman, Missouri. And it's about to hit Kaufman straight on. This is from the National Weather Service, quote, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And this is about to hit Kaufman in Missouri. You can clearly see the debris signature here indicated in blue. All the reds is all rain. All the blues right here in this circle is debris. All these yellows and blues up here, that's hail. So right here, that's debris. That's where the tornadic rotation actually is. This right here is a tornado that's hitting the town of Kaufman. If you are in Kaufman and you haven't got into your safe space by now, you need to get there. Into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. With no windows whatsoever, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We've been talking about this storm for quite some time, and there is another large and extremely dangerous tornado that's heading right for the town of Fredericktown. Now, the good news is Kaufman doesn't have a whole lot of people. A little bit under 1,000, I believe. Fredericktown has about 4,000 people. And this thing that's heading towards it is still a very strong tornado in progress. Large tornado. The debris ball on the storm right here that's heading towards Fredericktown is also very similar to the one that's up to the north of it that was near Kaufman. 2.5 miles wide. To stress the urgency of the situation, these are very strong tornadoes that could be moving through your area. If you live in this. This is in Missouri, guys. This is in Missouri. It just went over residential areas in Kaufman, and the debris signature just... oh my goodness. The debris signature got very deep. Very deep. Yeah, this is a... This is a very concerning situation. This is very concerning. I pray for these people. I pray for these people. Tornado warning for St. Francois and St. Genevieve. No longer a particularly dangerous situation tornado. Still a confirmed tornado in progress, however. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. Until 9 p.m. And that will continue to move on through. We also have another tornado warning that was issued here. This is just a confirmed tornado warning, however, not a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. But this is still a significant tornado that just went right over a town. Right over it. Luckily, this town is not significant. Like a significantly sized one. That is the good news. Let's see if I can pull up Kaufman, Missouri population. St. Genevieve County in itself, which is where this is, has a population of 5,000 people. So I'm assuming it's less than 5,000 people significantly. I'd say about less than 1,000, probably about give or take 500 people, maybe a little bit less. That is the good news. Bad news is it went right over that area. Meanwhile, we still have this other significant tornado that is in progress, and it's heading right for Frederickstown. And the velocities, unlike its counterpart to the north, has stayed very strong. 66 miles per hour on top of 89 miles per hour. Nope, the velocities just decreased as soon as I started talking about it. It only decreased by a little bit, however. 84 on top of 40. That is a 124 mile per hour rotational velocity. So that's still a strong tornado. What qualifies as a strong tornado is EF2 or stronger. And if this were to translate to the ground, EF2 tornadoes are about 115 mile per hour winds or stronger. So we still have a strong tornado that is still doing damage. We still have a debris signature here, although the debris signature is starting to lessen, meaning that it could potentially be starting to weaken. That is the good news here. Because if these tornadoes can start weakening, like right now, that would be great. Now, I want to say one other thing here. Because we may be paying attention to these two tornadoes, there's another rotation behind this one. Another one. This is in Annapolis. This is south of Glover, where the original tornado was reported. And we have another rotation that is developing with this strong supercell. So it's not just these two tornadoes that originally were large and extremely dangerous. Right now, there's only one that's large and extremely dangerous at this moment, because the one near Kaufman has now shrunken in size, which is the good news. All right? Things could definitely change. Things could definitely re-intensify as time moves along. But as of right now, we still have multiple waves here ongoing. New tornado warning, PDS, another PDS tornado warning here. This is for Madison and St. Francois County until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a new tornado warning, probably including Fredericktown. And there they go. The new tornado warning for the city of Fredericktown. It's going right over there into the Mine Lamont areas. I'm going to try and get, I'm going to get my panels here. I'm going to try and get specific roads. Load shapefile. Give me a second. Let's see if I can do this. Can I do this in time? Missouri, shapefile. Got it. Got the roads. It's about to cross over County Road 505. That's where it's at. State Highway D 505. That's where it's at. State Highway 72 Madison 504. That's where it's about to cross over right now. That's where the tornado is. Madison 504. So if you know anyone who lives in Fredericktown, tell them that's where the tornado is right now. And it's heading towards Junction City and Fredericktown, as well as Mine Lamont. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, or if you live in these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. The other cell that's over here near Annapolis, this one is intensifying significantly. This thing is starting to really ramp up now. So I told you, it's not just the other two tornadoes that were significant. We have more. We have so many more, and it's all the more reason why if you are in a tornado warning at all, at any point tonight, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because I may not be able to catch up to every one of them. There's going to be so many instances to where there's going to be a tornado that's probably going to be stronger than another. And I may try to catch every single one of them. But if I don't, if you get that notification on your phone, on the radio, whatever, need to get in your safe space. If it says tornado warning, get there. Have a plan of action, because this is starting to really, really ramp up. The good news is that the debris signature here for the tornado warning that's heading towards Fredericktown, it's not as big as it once was, and it's not as deep as it once was, so not as much debris that's being kicked up at the moment. However, the bad news is that the reason why this may be is because it's not really over as many trees as it once was. I'm not going to touch the severe thunderstorm warnings at this moment. The cell in Kaufman is still going. It just rejuvenated. Now, it might be really small at the moment, but the rotation is still very good. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go to... I'm going to see if I can find Missouri traffic cameras here. Yeah, this is very helpful. That's not right now. I've got no luck in the traffic cameras near I-55. If you guys have any sky cams that you want to send me, feel free to do so. I'm trying to see if I can find something. 55. Where is... Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to find if I can get a traffic camera here. If I can, I might be able to see the tornado. Might be able to. As I said, tornado warnings have been issued into portions of Missouri, some of which are strong and very dangerous tornadoes. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings have been issued, one of which including the city or the town of Fredericktown. Cancels Reynolds, continues Iron and Madison. So one of the tornado warnings just got updated. So that's the one near Annapolis. Oh, the one near Fredericktown just went. The one near Fredericktown just went. Where it's going right now, it's pretty... where it's at right now, it's pretty rural. Where it's going is not. That's the concern here. It's crazy at Farmington. Yeah, you guys had a tornado that just went right through there. Yep. Fredericktown, boom. Velocities just went 121 on top of 57. That is a 178 mile per hour rotational velocity. That's how fast this thing is rotating, 6,400 feet above the ground. And it still has a debris signature. This thing is still on the ground. Meanwhile, you have this other storm that just went through Kaufman. The velocities are starting to weaken on this storm, which is the good news. You can see how before it was very strong. Now, at this point, it's not as strong. That is the good news. It's still in a very good environment, though, so don't be surprised if that thing rejuvenates. I would not be surprised. But, oh my goodness. For any of you who are new, there is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for the city of Fredericktown in Missouri. We've had strong tornadoes today. We've had multiple tornadoes today. And over the span of 30 minutes to even an hour, we have seen strong tornadoes. And we still have more, because after the cell that just went through the town of Kaufman, we still have this storm that's moving through Fredericktown, and we have another one behind this one near Sabula and Annapolis that is rotating as well. We have multiple storms that are continuing to rotate more and more, and there's even some storms up in Illinois near Marisa as well as Lensburg. So there's so much stuff that we have to continue to watch out for. PDS tornado warning continues. Yep, it just hit something. It just hit something. It just hit something. The debris signature just spiked significantly. You can see a lot of this dark blue that just blew up. The tornado just hit something. Let's see if I can pull up the Google Maps. It just passed over what seems to have been north of the intersection of 72 and 67, US Highway 67. It's moving over areas near the Black River Electric Co-op and the Classic Equine Equipment near the Cowboy Church and north of the Gulf gas station. So areas near the McDonald's, Little Caesars, it's north of that. It's off near the Mineral Area College, the little college there. The Brown self-storage RV and boat, that's where it's heading. That's where it's going over right now. This significant tornado continues to turn about, and it's still looking like it's going to hit populous areas. Now, one thing is that, and I'll turn off the radar for this too. We'll go to the correlation coefficient, and we'll circle the main area here of where the tornado is. If we turn it back over, you can see it's now hitting trees right now. All right, so now it's going through a period of trees. Then it's going to hit areas over here in Junction City. So it's going to basically go in between Fredericktown and the airport. And there's areas over here too. The Burns Mechanical Company, the American Legion, the Madison County Public Water System, areas near City Lake. All right, areas over there. You know, for people who live over there, it's right over the City Lake right now near the public water, the Madison County Public Water. And I can neither confirm nor deny if this thing is going to be right next to the pig barbecue. It's probably going to be either right next to it or right on top of it. Because this is a very strong storm, very significant storm. As I said, Particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. And to quote the National Weather Service, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Junction City, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Oh, there's live cameras. Oh, there's live cameras. Hold up, we got a live camera. This right here. Massive wall cloud. Look at that. Look at that huge wall cloud here. You can see the massive wall cloud. I can't full screen. Show all controls. Yeah, I cannot full screen. Massive wall cloud. Look at that wall cloud. Look at that. That's probably the tornado right there. Oh yeah, that's the tornado. That's the tornado. It's north and it's large. It's large. That is large. You could barely see the edge of the tornado right there. That is a large tornado. Large tornado that's north of Farmington. Large tornado. You can see right there, there's the wall cloud. That's right there. And we just saw the large tornado that went through. That, you could just barely see the edge of it. But that was the tornado, 100%. And you guys could clearly see that too. Look at this massive wall cloud here that extends all the way down, almost to the ground at this point. Look at how low it is. Look at how low it is to the ground. And this is also rear flank downdraft too, because what's happening here is that you have a lot of the rain that's being pulled around and into the storm and being wrapped around. Oh, this is the airport cam right here. I'm not sure which direction this is looking in. I'm not sure which direction this is looking in. That might be it. Over here on the right side. There might be something over here. It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. A lot of rain. There's a lot of rain. I want to say that's it, but I can't say for certain. I don't think that's it. No, that might be it. That's so hard to tell. I can't... That's probably the tornado. I can't say for certain. But I'm inclined to believe that that might be a funnel cloud and or tornado. It's so hard to tell. So hard to tell because you can clearly see there's, you know, something right there. You can clearly see that. All right? But I don't think that might not be it. It might be somewhere a little bit further down into this. But I mean, this is clear. It's clearly rain wrapped. All right, so it's in the dark. You can't see anything. Yeah, I'm thinking it's over here. I'm thinking it's all the way on the right-hand side. That's where I'm thinking. Because I'm assuming this is looking from the north to the south. And that's where the storm actually is at. Let's take a look at the velocities again. And the debris signature is very significant. Very significant debris signature. Yeah, we might have watched the tornado pass through. But my goodness, significant tornado. Significant tornado that just passed through. Yeah, I think we caught it with the camera prior to this. I don't think we saw it with this camera right here. But this is a very significant tornado. Very significant tornado. I'm getting unconfirmed reports of damage. My goodness. This is a significant tornado. This is a very significant tornado. Velocities just broke. The velocities just broke. Yeah, the velocities just broke. Alright, I'm pausing that. My goodness, the velocities just broke. 98 on top of 64. That's a 162 mile per hour rotational velocity at that time. And then it increased to 85 on top of 74. Like that made it any better. Which made it a 160 mile per hour delta velocity storm. Now the velocities here in this latest scan just decreased. Just decreased. The only issue is that we also have another tornado here in St. Mary. Another one. Now, this just produced a tornado. It just went down on the ground. Just went down on the ground. St. Mary. Oh my goodness. It just hit St. Mary. It just hit St. Mary. This is a PDS tornado warning again. St. Mary on the ground. Another tornado. Oh my gosh. How many people live in St. Mary? Not a whole lot. About 400 people. But it's still 400 people too many. It just hit St. Mary straight on. That is a, we have two strong tornadoes at the same time in progress. This is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. I'm going to put a scanner on in the background. I'm going to try and listen to see if there's any reports of damage from emergency management.
Are you ready to jumpstart your career with an
Gotta listen to a ad first.
Supply chain superheroes. AD US distribution has immediate openings for warehouse and selector positions.
Yeah, we have two significant tornadoes in progress at the same time.
You could earn a starting rate of up to 30-33.
And St. Mary is right there.
Great benefits like 401k.
It just hit St. Mary.
Tuition reimbursement and more. We are hiring drivers too. Qualified drivers can earn.
If you live in Chester, if you live near Chester, anywhere near the Mississippi River, in Illinois and Missouri, near St. Mary and Chester, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. No, it's not even tornadic rotation. It's tornado. This is a tornado in progress right now. Tornado in progress. It's heading towards Chester. If you live in Chester, if you live in Kashaskia, need to get in your safe space. Need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That is a lot of turbulence right there. We're looking at the spectrum width. If you see a lot of oranges and yellows, that tells you there's a lot of turbulence, and tornadoes create turbulence. There we go. Confirmed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving on through. Very significant storm. Very significant. The other storm that was near Fredericktown, the Tornado is still in progress, still very significant winds. Kaskaskia, thank you for the pronunciation. Hold up.
That's a nice thing.
And 510, just as information from Tornado Motors. I sent you was informational. You can 25. Any further on that?
Thank you.
It's the highway patrol. What, oh my goodness, the velocities just went again. It lost velocities. My goodness. I mean, the velocities just went. It's not registering anymore. And that's a large debris signature. This thing is long track. This is violent. There's 2 violent tornadoes at the same time. One near St. Mary, heading into Illinois, near Kaskaskia and Chester, heading towards Steelville. And another one that just went near Fredericktown, right through Junction City, towards Silver Lake. I'm looking at Twitter. My goodness. If you guys find... I'll check that later. If you guys find anything on Twitter, damage, or pictures or anything, that's not radar, because I have radar here. If you find any pictures or any stuff like that, please at me, at Nate_Snyder, so that we can try and tell people ahead of time, you know, if these tornadoes are heading into that general vicinity, we can show them what these tornadoes have done to try and convince people that this stuff could potentially happen to you. Oh, that tornado in St. Mary just went. Debris signature is massive. And that's a very strong, tight tornado. It's a smaller one, but it's still a very strong tornado. Very strong tornado. But we have 2 clear tornadoes. Looking at the velocities here, you have the greens moving towards the radar, oranges moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is a significant tornado right there. 100%. And then you have the other one here too. Much larger of a storm. Bright greens and almost blues moving towards the radar. Yellows moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornado would be. And the debris signature is still very significant. And we have a new tornado warning for Iron and Madison County. So once again, you guys are not out of the risk because you have another storm. Another storm. You have another storm even after that. You have the storm over here that's south and west of Fredericktown. And then you have another one that's over near Annapolis. You have multiple rounds of these storms that are firing off. House is completely destroyed on Old Fredericktown Road. Injuries unknown. Reports are coming in. Reports are coming in. Reports are coming in of significant damage. This was in Purdon, Missouri. This was not associated with the storm. So Purdon, Missouri is in the northern portions of Missouri. So this is what one of the other tornadoes did in Missouri here. Randolph, Jackson, Perry, Genevieve counties. Yeah, that's not bad. I'll keep that over in on the side here. Yeah, I don't hear anything on that. Yeah, these storms just continue to go more and more. Guys, these tornadoes are still in progress, and it's now heading for Interstate 55. Interstate 55, guys. We have to get this information out to as many people as possible. We have to. If you guys know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space. Share this live stream with as many people as possible, especially if they live in these areas. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, because if there's someone who's trying to look up tornado information or severe weather information or weather information on YouTube, they'll be able to see my stuff, and we'll be able to get this information out to them who probably will need it at this point, because this is a very significant situation. We have two significant tornadoes, one of which in Chester that is very, very strong. Big time debris signature right here. Massive blue ball right here. All the reds across or around it. All of this is rain. All of this is rain. What the radar itself is picking up with this blue is debris being lofted in the atmosphere. The radar is saying, oh, that's not rain, it's debris. I gotta change it to not red. And that's exactly what it's doing right here because of the tornado. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency has just been issued. A tornado emergency has been issued for the county, for Randolph County. This is the highest, the highest tornado warning that can be issued. Tornado emergency has been issued for Randolph County. There it is, tornado emergency. To quote the National Weather Service, a tornado emergency for Chester. The National Weather Service in St. Louis has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Randolph County in southwestern Illinois until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:14, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed over Chester, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for Chester. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Hazard, deadly tornado, source radar confirmed tornado, as we have seen. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Outside of Chester, Bremen, at 9:25, you guys could get this storm. You guys can get this significant tornado. To repeat, this is a tornado emergency for Randolph County in Illinois for Chester. This is a significant tornado that is in progress. Massive debris signature. This is probably one of the deepest debris signatures I have seen in a long time. One of the more significant debris signatures that I have seen in a long time. This is a very large tornado. Very large tornado. My goodness, that is a huge debris ball. To measure how wide the actual debris ball is, the debris ball in itself is a little over, I'm sorry, scratch that, it's about 3 miles wide. That's how large the debris ball is. The tornado probably is a bit smaller than this because the debris is being whirled around the tornado. But the actual debris span is about a little under 3 miles wide. That's a very significant tornado in progress, and a tornado emergency has been issued. And not to completely take away from this, there is another tornado that could potentially be in progress here soon. There's 2 other storms that have produced large and very violent tornadoes. But the main one here, the main concern is Chester. A large tornado just went through near the town of Chester, where I'm looking up the Chester, Illinois population. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, there's a lot of people in Chester. There's a lot of people in Chester. There's a lot of people in Chester. According to the 2019 statistics, there is 8,343 people residing in Chester. And that debris ball just brushed. It impacted downtown and northern Chester right here. Everywhere in this blue. Let's outline the blue here real quickly. And even the greens. Outlining all of this. And then I'm taking it off. Yeah, it impacted the city of Chester. Give me a second. That is... The tornado went over... Yeah, there's a prison over there. It went over the prison. Went over Domino's Pizza. The Domino's shop over there. Tequila Mexican Takeout. The Asian Gardens. The Chester Ace Hardware over there. The mobile park. It just went over the mobile park. It went over the mobile park. And we read in the text right there. It said mobile homes will be destroyed. It just went over it went right over the mobile park. Went over the mobile home park. It went over the baseball fields, the Cohen complex. A lot of people who may be from Chester went right over the Cohen complex, over the baseball fields. And I think it went over the country club too. It barely missed the country club. Still a significant tornado in progress. Tornado is still on the ground right now, still very strong, and it's heading towards Steelville. All right, so that's Chester. All right, Chester just got impacted. We can't do anything except for, hope and pray and hope that emergency services get there. Our job now, we've seen that there is a significant and deadly tornado. It's now heading towards Steelville. We need to get this information out to as many people as possible. Steelville, Percy. If you or anyone you know lives in these areas, need to get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the significant tornado as possible. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is surging through and marching its way towards Steelville. And there's a lot of people who live in Steelville too. It actually may appear that there might be more people who live in Steelville than in Chester. It looked at it at first glance, but apparently Chester has way more people than Steelville, so that's the good news. Steelville has actually 2,100 people who live over there, but that's still 2,100 people too many for this tornado to impact. All right, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. Share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, especially if they live in these areas. And please like the live stream so that we can get onto more people's recommended pages on YouTube. Because if there's someone who lives in these areas and they go onto YouTube to check on for weather, not a whole lot of places are going to show up. But if you can help me get onto more and more people's recommended pages on YouTube, when they search it up, they'll be able to see me. And we'll be able to get this information out to more and more people. So please, like the live stream so we can get on to more people's recommended feeds. So that way, if people over there search up tornado emergency, we'll be able to get that information out to them. We still have a very strong tornado that is in progress. Debris signature still evident right here. This is where the tornado would be. The debris is also fanning in all sorts of different directions. It's telling me a couple things, but I'll keep my mouth shut as of right now, and I'll just say that it's a tornado in progress, still a tornado emergency. Jeez. This just crossed the Missouri-Illinois border. It is now in Missouri. Tornado emergency in progress in Illinois. This is the highest ranked tornado warning in all of tornado warnings. Tornado emergency continues for Randolph County, Illinois. They have not canceled it. They are staying strong that this is still a significant tornado, and as they should. Perryville does have cameras. Please be sure to send cameras into my DMs. Appreciate the people who are listening to the scanners when I'm not. Just had to let him know, because he probably doesn't know that I'm streaming. My goodness. Very significant. I'm going to try and do my part, share this on Twitter. I need to do my part as well. That is big time storm. It looks like the debris signature is starting to shrink. That is the good news. But it's also starting to get really messy because debris is starting to get spread all over the place. As I said, this is a tornado emergency for Illinois, and it's heading towards Steelville. Steelville is now in the direct path of a violent tornado that just went through the city of Chester, which had over 8,000 people living there. I'm getting unconfirmed reports. Unconfirmed reports. Yeah, I'm getting unconfirmed reports of significant damage. Significant damage. God, jeez. Thank you. Really do appreciate. Very classy in a situation like this. Oh my god. I still can't believe this happened. That's... Wow. Reports are coming in. Train spotters just south of St. Mary reports a lot of tree damage. Time estimated by radar. Spotter report at 9:10 p.m. Yeah, I apologize for people. Please help me find a scanner in that. If you guys find any damage, as I said on Twitter, feel free to share it with me. Jeez. That is... Chester, Illinois EMS scanner. I'm listening to that now. Any footage of the tornado yet? We had it originally on the stream, but not the Chester one. We had the one that was heading through Fredericktown, as well as Junction City. Yeah, there's the damage being reported. Alan Kesterson is now in St. Mary. The actual tornado in itself is heading towards Steelville. The rotation in itself is kind of weakened a little bit. You live in Cleburne County, Arkansas, was the on the news last September when got hit by EF3. Anywhere in Arkansas we are worried most about. Arkansas, for the most part, could potentially see some tornadic activity, but it'll most likely be some strong damaging winds more than anything. Brandon Craig with the $50 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. My goodness. I mean, more reports. Numerous trees uprooted, snap, power pole snap. Several metal roofs lifted off of houses in Fredericktown. This is more towards the city, so the damage is probably going to be more significant the north, further north it actually is. Which is more than likely the case in that instance. That's Jacksonville, Illinois. Jacksonville, Illinois is not... Multiple buildings down. It's not pretty. Few quotes from the St. Mary Chester. Jeez. It looks like the tornado emergency will be canceled pretty soon. More than likely because the actual tornadic rotation is now shifted out of the warning box and is now moved off towards Steelville. And it also does look like that the tornado... Also does look like the tornado's not on the ground according to the National Weather Service. And I would have to agree because the velocities have indeed weakened significantly. So the storm that went through Chester more than likely is down now. It's not, or not down. It's probably dead now. That is the good news. We still have this other storm right here near Perry, or Perryville. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning is still possible here. We still have a significant tornado possible here. As a large tornado continues to move on through. And this is significant tornado number 2. Significant tornado number 2 that's moving through the area. I just took a look at some photos from Facebook. I see a lot of trees down. Jeez. I'm gonna listen through this ad here real quickly.
And secure a bright, cleaner future for America. Clean energy.
Nursing home was hit in Chester, according to scanner. My goodness. Tornado emergency has been canceled. Thank the Lord.
And creating jobs.
Thank the Lord.
There's no time to waste.
That storm is gone.
Clean energy is investing in the future of the United States.
It could come back, but that's gone. Chester's fine. They're gonna get another wave after this, another wave of showers and thunderstorms, and there's even another storm that's creating some significant rotation over near Centreville. All right, we've got the Randolph County Public Safety scanner in the background. I'm gonna try and listen through, try and get some, try and tell you guys what they are saying over in Chester.
Totally across Brenda Street. Mikey Brown's house, all the way across. There's several lines down, several trees. Quite a bit of damage.
Quite a bit of damage that's been reported over there. New tornado warning that has been issued south and east of St. Louis. This is for St. Clair County in Illinois, and this will be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you live near the Air Force Base, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If we were to take a look and try and find where the actual rotation would be, it would be right around here near Westview, just a bit to the east of it. You have your reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, and this will continue to head off through basically towards areas near I-64, a little bit further to the north of the Air Force Base, but it'll be right around there in that general vicinity. So if you live in there, or if you live north or south of that, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Areas near Lorton and St. Louis, as well as Collinsville, French Village, and Middlestad, you guys are in the clear. And then anywhere along the beltway of St. Louis, you guys are in the clear. This is in the eastern portions of St. Louis, heading off towards Shiloh. I'm listening back into the scanner for Chester that just got hit by a significant tornado.
From this way. Two guys on the fire department has it shut down at this time.
I couldn't get that last part, but it's someone said something was shut down at this time.
What's going on, Mr.
We have a couple other tornado warnings here too. Tornado warning for Clinton and Washington counties. That will be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Not a confirmed tornado with that one, but still possible to get a tornado. Areas near Nashville, Richview, as well as Irvington, Centralia, Junction City, Illinois, Hoffman, Hoyleton, as well as areas near I-64. Need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost portions of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
18 was delayed at the hospital due to a screw-up at Chester Hospital, which I'm going to deal with tomorrow. The patient was supposed to go to Mercy North, not Mercy South. They had everything written down Mercy South, including the PCS form. They got there, started getting the report, and they're like, wait a minute, that patient doesn't go here.
I'm headed around. I've been direct on everything.
Ha! Tried to get me before, but you didn't get me this time.
Attention Ellis Grove Fire. Attention Ellis Grove Fire. Send any available units to
Didn't get me that time. Haha.
Send any available
No funny joke this time.
storm damage.
Congratulations.
Chester, right now.
Because for people who were earlier on, someone was trying to make fun of this event, and, well, he tried it again. Luckily, we stopped him, or at least I stopped him. But my goodness, this is,
10-4, 1025, 150 just east of Chester Road, 150 east of Chester Road. I got 911
this
call.
is,
This is a Hispanic male. I have no idea if he's injured or any other additional information.
Any news on the nursing home that was hit? Negative, I do not have that information at this time.
10-4, I'm just coming in Chester city limits, so I'll be en route that way.
To all the people who have helped me share this information with as many people as possible, I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. As I said, thank you guys for helping me get the information out to as many people as possible. We still have significant storms with reported tornadoes on them too. So I really do appreciate you guys helping me share this information with friends and family and on social media, as well as liking the live stream to get it onto more people on YouTube. Jeez. Just joined in. Has it been bad today? We had a tornado emergency, so yes. It's been pretty bad, although it just ramped up within the last hour and a half to 2 hours. There was a strong tornado that was in northern Missouri as well, but this has been it. This has been the main push. I'm listening to stuff in the background, trying to hear what the emergency management is saying.
Fire department will be assisting Chester. Fire police department, KSI 243, 941 clear.
Jeez. This is... All we can do is pray. If you believe in a God, I would pray. Because my goodness, this is... That debris signature was massive. I mean, just for reference here, for the people who are curious as to what just happened, all right? We've had multiple large and extremely dangerous tornadoes that have moved on through, all right? We had this one right here that just went through the town of Kaufman, all right? You can see this blue area. This is the debris that was being wrapped around the tornado. So the tornado could have even been smaller than this, but this is how wide the tornado was. And I'll even measure here for you all as to how wide it was at this point. It was about 1.25 miles wide. All right, that's about how large the debris was. All right, and that went right through the town of Kaufman. You can clearly see the blue went right through the town of Kaufman. And then if we go down south, here's Fredericktown, Junction City. This is the other significant tornado. And look at this. Blue, right there. Significant damage. And then the storm, if we transition, that same storm that went through Kaufman, revived over here in St. Mary. And then, the rest is history. Massive tornado that went through the city of Chester in Illinois. Tornado emergency was issued. And reports of significant damage is coming in. That's the reason why you hear the radio in the background. I'm trying to listen to the emergency management, trying to get information out to more and more people. And I'm also doing this because if there's more tornadoes that end up forming, I can then relay the information to the people. And if there's people who are stubborn enough to not get into their safe space, I can tell them what's currently going through my ear. I can show them the pictures that are on Twitter that you guys sent me.
There's at least one power
A lot of debris reported in the roadways of Chester. That's what I just heard.
I'm going to continue on to see if I can see this possible 1050 up there. 79-2310 for 1900 Randolph County.
Multiple buildings are destroyed. Vehicles have been flipped. Searching for victims in progress. Randolph County Emergency Service. That's in Chester. So that was the significant tornado that went on through. And the thing of it is that there still could be more instances to where there could be a tornado. Now, right now, it looks like the velocities on the tornado that originally was a, the second large and extremely dangerous tornado that originally went through Fredericktown. This one is now starting to weaken more and more, so this one's probably losing its potential of becoming tornadic. There's another storm that's behind that, just to the south of Silver Lake and north of Patton. And then there's another storm over here that I'm watching very closely. This cell over here near Black. This could potentially do something near Centerville as well. Definitely going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. As I said, if you guys find anything, all right, please at me on Twitter, at Nate_Snyder. Link will be in the chat if you want to send me stuff. As I said, at me, at Nate_Snyder. We're going to try and get this information out to as many people as possible because they need it.
County 1. Blue Springs Fire Department has everything secured there. Headed to 11's location.
Any rotation on the second round? Yes, this cell near Centerville. This is rotation. This is the rotation on the second line of storms that's about to surge on through. And this actually is heading straight. If I can eyeball it correctly, let's actually put storm motion from warning. We're gonna put a storm track. Looks like it's gonna head a little bit north of Fredericktown. Oh, it could potentially go near Fredericktown or near Kaufman. So basically the areas that have been impacted by the tornadoes.
I'm trying to contact County now. 17 down 150 to California. Convective will backtrack and head to Three Springs. We are completely blocked at Bremen.
I mean,
17 copies.
jeez. 60-mile-per-hour winds reported over in the O'Fallon storm in Shiloh. That's where the other tornado warning is, near Lebanon. That rotation is not as significant. And luckily did not produce a tornado as well. So that is the good news with that. I am really watching out for that cell over in Centerville. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Listen a little bit more. What state am I in? Nowhere near this stuff, thankfully.
Quite a bit of damage there. The road is completely blocked. It's just with traffic control.
Road's completely blocked. No one can... New tornado warning. New tornado warning has been issued. This is for Bond, Clinton, and Madison counties in Illinois, and this will be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live in those counties, guys gotta go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This includes both I-70 and portions or small bits of I-64, so really need to watch out for this, as well as I-55. Alright, so this is basically a widespread scale warning for this rotation that's moving on through.
Heading towards County Line Road.
I was trying to listen to what he was saying, I couldn't get it. But yeah, this is a big time storm that's surging on through here. You can clearly see the massive tornado warning box here with this red polygon. and areas near St. Rose, Highland, Trenton, Breeze, Carlisle, Greenville, areas near I-70 and I-55. Guys, got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This has been a night, guys. We've had multiple instances where storms have spun up, produced tornadoes, became long-lived, and just went. And here we go. This is another environment here. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, gotta take your proper precautions.
Also, could you hit those by Ameren? We have several lines down out here. Some poles broke off, some leaning. We're gonna need them out here.
People are saying debris ball. I do not see any debris.
I don't know if you check houses on the way or...
Centerville is not consolidated enough. The tornado warning for Perryville, as well as Rockwood and Menfro, has now been canceled. That is the good news. Train spotter reports 4 houses destroyed near Possum Hollow Road and Old Fredericktown Road in Farmington. So another report of damage. I do not know where Farmington is. This was at 8:25. This was quite a bit ago. Farmington's up there. Oh, so this is the storm with Kaufman. This is the storm with Kaufman. So that was the Kaufman tornado. That was the first one. And it had damage over there. There are 3 tornado warnings in progress right now. 3 tornado warnings in progress. Even though none of them have confirmed tornadoes right now, the one thing that we've learned on this channel in this entire day, or that we've seen from this channel, not exactly learned, because if you've been on the channel for quite some time, you've seen stuff like this before. Even if it's not a confirmed tornado, at some point it can be. And we need to take it seriously when the National Weather Service issues tornado warnings, because they can produce tornadoes. That's the whole reason why they would. Any news on Farmington, Missouri? Houses have been destroyed near Possum Hollow Road and Old Fredericktown Road, as well as numerous trees uprooted and snapped, and several metal roofs have been lifted off. That's in Fredericktown, I should say, actually. So let's go back. Yeah, houses completely destroyed on Old Fredericktown Road. Injuries unknown. From Twitter, Chester has lost its firehouse. So that's the reason. That's what I heard. I heard that they said that the fire department was going to be inactive. Chester has lost its firehouse.
Had some debris on 150 at Robbie Lane. Going back to get it out of the road. Might start here.
I know radar is a tool and it doesn't actually tell us the tornado, but the thing of it is that the debris ball and measuring that can help tell you how far the tornadic wind field can actually range. It doesn't actually tell you how large the actual condensation tornado is.
Glover Road was fine. If they're trying to get to Three Springs, they need to take Glover Road to Dawnview. It's clear all the way through there.
It's still a good tool to use for perspective.
On 150 north of the covered bridge. 79-110-4. One just and I talked to 23.
Yeah, that was a significant tornado that went through. What software am I using? GR2 Analyst, 21-day free trial for those who want it, but then after the free trial, you have to pay $250 just for a one-time purchase. and then you get all sorts of stuff. You get 3D analysis. You get, actually, we're at a little bit of a, we have 3 tornado warnings, but I'm going to go back over to the tornado emergency and go over to the debris ball here. And we're going to actually see how high the debris actually went up into the sky. Okay. So, here's the, I took a cross section, and, I basically just took a slice out of the storm. And all this blue and green, as I mentioned, is debris. Right here is the 20,000 feet line, right here. Meaning, the tornado lofted debris as high as 20,000 feet up in the sky. For people of you who don't know, usually when that happens, it's a high-end EF3 to EF4 tornado. But regardless, very strong tornado. That's the bottom line. That's what it is.
And you'll see where I'm parked here. I'm about as close as you can get the lines being down. Bringing up County, Stillville 54. Well, 54.
And that's fine. If listening to weather radar is not your thing, then feel free to not hang around. But I've built a reputation, and my information is up to interpretation. How you deal with that information is all up to you. But the entire purpose of this channel is to save lives. 20,000 feet in the sky. Oh my gosh, that is... That's one of the strongest tornadoes I've seen in a long time. In a long time. It might not be as strong as the tornado I've seen in a long time, but it's probably one of the strongest tornadoes I have seen in a long time. Of course science is up for interpretation. There's things called theories. A new tornado warning has been issued. This is all the way up in central Illinois. Look at how far this actually extends. We have a tornado warning in southeastern Missouri. We have a tornado warning that's in the St. Louis metro. And then we have another one that's south of Springfield and Decatur. My goodness. New tornado warning here. This is for Christian, Shelby, and Macon counties, and that'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Areas near Blue Mound, Moequa, and Macon. You guys gotta go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation here, because this is a, oh yeah, this thing has rotation here too. It may not be as strong as some of the other storms, but one thing we've learned is that a tornado is a tornado, and that damage is still damage. And here we go. We have our greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, and this thing does have a little bit of turbulence here. Spectrum width does indicate that there is a little bit of turbulence. I do not see a debris signature yet. ZDR supports that there might be a bit of an updraft characteristic here within the mesocyclone. My goodness. That is... trying to listen to here.
Large trees down on Wine Hill Road.
Yeah, more power lines and large trees down. So more damage coming out of that. My phone's going off because I usually have an alarm set for 11 o'clock Eastern. Jeez, there are 5 tornado warnings. A new tornado warning. That's probably, on a lighter note, that's one of the weirdest looking tornado warnings I've ever seen in my entire life. And I've seen a bunch. This looking thing right here, this is a tornado warning. But regardless, tornado warning for Marion and Washington counties until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you're in Salem and Helm, you need to get into your safe space because this thing does have a little bit of rotation. It had a little bit of rotation. Then it kind of just depleted a little bit. So everything is now transferred into Illinois except for southeastern Missouri. Southeastern Missouri now is definitely starting to get the full force brunt of the effects, or even starting to get the latter stages of it, I should say.
From Washington County says, yeah, the family member was on the hill by the prison. Said he took a direct hit, but nobody's gotten up to him yet.
DeBrass Snacks with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. It says, God bless you, Nate. God bless every one of you here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight and helping me try and get information out to more and more people. A new tornado warning. This is just a filler for the other one because jurisdictions. But Jefferson County, you have a tornado warning until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So areas near Dix, areas near I-57 and north of I-64, guys need to get into your safe space. Rue with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, I am in Harrisburg, Illinois, trying to find someone with a basement ASAP. Chester is in a bad shape. We are all scrambling in Sale to take cover. Yeah, if you're ever in a tornado warning, it's always good to have a plan of action. You know, like for instance, if you're in a mobile home and you're expecting to have a bad severe weather day, expected for tornadoes, you know, of course I'll let you guys know whenever I upload videos on it, because I will be uploading videos on it just like I did this morning. But always have a plan of action. Go to a sturdy building if you can.
Hey, which one are you guys heading?
Try and find friends who will allow you to go there.
We're taking Shawneetown Trail to Pinewood on to Glover, Dawnview to Three Springs.
Oh, that's a tornado that's on the ground. That's the reason why it's warned. Because we had a brief tornado here.
We're clear that way, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, it had a tornado indeed. And it was on the ground even prior to them issuing the warning. It was so obscured in all the mess of the rain. It went right over the interstate, or potentially right next to the interstate. Look at that. Yeah, spectrum width indicated a lot of turbulence right there, and it went right near Irvington. And then that's where the tornado was. Brief tornado, but still, big time tornado at the same time. That's the reason why we keep telling people to get into their safe space. Because when the National Weather Service issues something, you know there's a reason behind it. Always is. Even if things don't look like it's possible anymore. There you go. Big reason for you to listen to the National Weather Service, because a tornado most likely just went through Irvington, Illinois. If you use ZDR to verify it, then you've got it, but because it would be a low value for ZDR. Plus, if you circle
You waiting Three Springs or no?
debris signature. That's the reason why I take a look at ZDR every now and then while I'm discussing debris signatures, because that's one of my verification steps. That's the reason why I was so hesitant to call one of the tornadoes earlier, because A, it was really far away from the radar, we were looking pretty high up in the sky, and the debris signature was just way off from the velocities. But in this instance, yeah, it's a tornado. ZDR verifies, CC verifies with the debris signature, debris ball present on the storm. It was a tornado. May still be a tornado in progress, but it just doesn't seem to be alive right now. So probably at some point was a tornado, probably not anymore. Let's see. Deb Robinson with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ran with the $2 super chat, says Farmington house is down and debris flooding. Jeez. It's that area of Missouri that's just been absolutely squandered. And there's the confirmed tornado warning. So, for the person who said that this wasn't a tornado, here you go. This is the reason why the National Weather Service issues tornado warnings. And, ball game. So there's your confirmed tornado warning for Marion County, Illinois. And, jeez. That's just... That's just... Jeez. Scott Air Force Base? It looks like Scott Air Force Base. The actual stuff went off to the north of it. Let me double check to make sure. I think it did, though. There was damage off near Shiloh, off to the north, near 64. But yeah, the Air Force Base, as of right now, if you let these showers and thunderstorms move on through for the next, I'd say 5-10 minutes, you should be in the clear for the rest of the night. But just for right now, I'd stay away from windows. Just for right now, I'd stay away from windows. If you're in a tornado warning, you need to get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to stay away from windows. Get into the innermost portion of your building. You don't have to be in the lowest portion of your building. Just stay away from windows. Perryville. I knew I've heard Perryville before. Perryville, you guys just got out of the tornado warning. You guys can get out for right now. Stay on standby, however, because there is another storm that is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag notified by the National Weather Service within it. So I would watch out for that as well. But as of right now, you guys should be fine. Scott Air Force Base reports damaging winds in upwards of 62 miles per hour. Bunch of stuff across the board here that's going off. Jeez, people are telling me to check Twitter. I'm checking Twitter. A lot of people have pinged me. Jeez. You live in Iron Mountain Lake? Oh. It's the one that came down in Potosi? Oh, so this was one of the tornadoes that happened earlier, This is from Ethereal Jade. Ethereal Jade sent this in. This was the tornado that was near Potosi earlier on today. So this was the beginning of those significant tornadoes. Big tornado. Well, not exactly a big tornado, but a tornado right there. ended up becoming a big tornado a little bit later on. Yep, major damage reported in Chester, Illinois. This is the damage near Farmington. Damage in Farmington. So this is from the first tornado, the first major tornado that we were talking about earlier, that went through. The name of the town eludes me at the moment. Kaufman. The Farmington Kaufman tornado. That's the damage there. That's a mobile home. And they mentioned that mobile homes could be obliterated. In this instance, there you go. Darcy Hayford with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says praying for all involved. I agree. That's what I am doing as well. Dean Smith with a $2 super chat says the tornado is in your area right now. Then you should be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna try and retweet that. Yeah, tornado damage in Randolph County. Can't see anything on there. Can confirm debris is in Farmington. Multiple houses are down. Power is out. It's expected, anticipated with this significant storm.
Make contact with him, see if he's there. If anybody's available, just have him drive down both of those roads. Kind of looks like that's about the path of it.
My goodness.
Also, if you want to put a Facebook post out, tell people to avoid this area here, the intersection.
I mean, I'm trying to search for the words to try and describe what I'm feeling right now. Honestly, I have none.
Also, I don't know if we want to set up somebody at the Stillville T to detour people off 150. North County, Hilton, 5512. 5512 will be en route to Chester 5 times. 5512, 10-4. 79-1, Randolph County information.
Unconfirmed reports of the train being derailed.
Be advised, I just got off the phone with District 13. They have several units headed our way. I did request that they send one.
As I said, I appreciate everyone who's sent me all sorts of stuff. I really do appreciate it. To all the people who's helped me out on Twitter, try and share the information with as many people as possible. Someone brought up a very good point. And thank you, Nicholas Johnson, for the idea. I'm going over to power outages. We're going to take a look and see how many power outages are in 24,000 people without power in St. Clair County. That's north of Randolph County, which is where Chester was at. And then let's go over to Missouri. Oh, that's Madison County. That's where one of the major tornadoes went through. 99.96% of people in that county are without power.
County 7940.
Literally one person has power in that county. Everyone else does not. Iron County, little under 1,000 people are without power. Reynolds County, about 300 people are without power. St. Francois, almost 1,000 people without power. St. Genevieve, over 500 people without power. And Perry, about 750 people without power. And then For people who may not have noticed, California and Washington, there's like thousands of people without power over there. They got hit by a massive cyclone that's creating almost hurricane force winds on the coast over there, creating massive flooding. Machine shed mangled and widespread tree damage, debris also on the road near Steelville. That's all from that same tornado that went through Chester. Jeez. Yeah, as I said, if you have anything on Twitter that you want to send to me, or if you see anything on Twitter, please send it to me. Link is in the chat at Nate_Snyder, or if you want to send it to me on Discord, I have a Discord server that you guys can join. We talk about weather, we talk about all sorts of different stuff. If you want to talk about weather, go in there, or if you want to just chill out, have fun, go in there as well. Join the Discord server. Because they're all talking about the severe weather as well.
Attention, Coulterville Fire Department. Sparta Fire Department requesting me in their firehouse. Sparta Police Department, KSI 243, 1016 clear.
This is a potential... No, it's the old tornado warning, so we still have a tornado warning there. The other tornado warning that was south of Salem, near areas of Marion County, that has been canceled. So that confirmed tornado has been canceled for good reason. Still have 2 tornado warnings. Thank goodness they're not in portions of this line of showers and thunderstorms that were over here near Perryville and Fredericktown. So we don't need any more of that. We really don't need any more of that. The good news is here, as I mentioned, is that the actual severe weather here, the tornadic potential with these storms in southeastern Missouri, does seem to be depleting more and more. The environment for winds, so the wind shear potential in general, just to make it sweet and short and straight to the point, the wind shear is depleted. It's not as strong as it once was. So that's the good news here. I see potential areas of strong damaging winds near Perryville. Of course, there could be quick spin-ups within that general area, but they're all south of Perryville and they're moving away. So that's the good news there. Power lines down along Route 150. Large trees upwards of 18 inches in diameter have been uprooted. Small boats have been blown. This is in Chester. Large trees have been uprooted. Small boats have been blown.
They said she's not injured, but we cannot get to her at this time because the power lines are across her.
We're getting more and more reports of damage. What repeater am I using? You mean public safety, the police scanner, stuff like that? I'm using Broadcastify, Randolph County Public Safety. All right, now there's only one tornado warning left, as of right now. Now, I want to make something clear here to everyone, okay? I want to make something clear. Today is not the only day for severe weather. Maybe one of the only days for this general area, but areas in the United States will see more severe weather. I'm going to quickly glance over this before we go back into looking over the radar and looking over reports of damage. This is tomorrow's risk for severe weather. 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow. That is the severe weather scale that I am talking about here. So if you live in these areas, definitely watch out for severe weather there. Hail is a risk over in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, but the damaging wind is going to be the main risk across much of the general vicinity, and there is a threat for tornadoes, a 2% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. Of course, I'll talk about that more in my video tomorrow, so if you guys want to stay tuned to my video, then that would be greatly appreciated. Please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, which, by the way, because we're at a down part of the live stream, we have 16,234 subscribers. I really do appreciate every single one of you all for becoming a part of my channel. Like, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So for all the people who have subscribed and turned on notifications, I upload videos occasionally, try and update everyone as to when and where people can expect severe weather. I uploaded a video this morning actually telling people when these storms are going to be pushing through their areas. So I do stuff like that. I also tell people how they come to be for people who are curious. So if you want stuff like that, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. So that's Monday. And then here's Tuesday. Now the thing of it is because we're so far out, it's kind of one of those things to where I don't want to say it's rare, but it's kind of, you know, eyebrow raising that there is a severe weather risk like this 2 days out, and this will eventually change into something else, might even be more significant later on. And I haven't even seen the models yet, but the new models actually reach out to it, so I'm kind of curious as to what the new models could potentially say with that. But we also have severe weather on Tuesday. Look at this. It spans from 4 states, Nebraska all the way down to Kansas, Oklahoma, and into central portions of Texas. And then on Wednesday, we have severe weather, and yes, portions of the Deep South, eastern portions of Louisiana, southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, and western portions of Georgia and Florida. So all sorts of activity here that is anticipated throughout much of the week, and I will continue to update you guys more and more on the situation. I'll probably be updating you guys every single day with my videos. I'll upload a video every single day. And then I most likely will live stream on Tuesday and Wednesday. Most likely will. So, I've got all sorts of stuff to cover for you all. And if you're willing to stick with me, I'll be able to try and help you guys out. Similar to tonight. Alright, let's get back to monitoring the weather. I'm going to turn off the flash flood warnings here for right now. There's just a bunch of them. There's actually 10 flash flood warnings in the United States, with 5 of them being in California because of that storm. You can also hear my voice is starting to get a little bit parched. This is lemonade. It's not what you think it is. Yeah, we may have only been live streaming for 5 hours, and we may have missed a little bit of the event in the beginning, but I'm glad that I came back when I did, and I didn't just, you know, not live stream. Because I was debating, I was like, man, was I too late? Did I miss the event? If I live stream now, would I be of help to people? And I was like, you know what? I don't care if I missed out on much of everything. I'm still going to live stream. And thank God I did, because I'm hoping that my efforts were for something. St. Genevieve County good now? You guys are still getting some severe weather within your area. So I would say, well, it would have to depend upon where you live in St. Genevieve. If you live in the actual city here, then you're getting the second line, which will be moving on through, and within about, I'd say 10 to 15 minutes, then your severe weather risk is done for the night. No joke, will be done for the night. So, please check Twitter, will do. Oh wow, this is from Charles Peak. And this is in St. Mary, Missouri. Look at that. And for people who don't know where St. Mary, Missouri is, it's right next to Chester. I mean, my goodness. Oh, like everyone, as I said, thank you guys so much for sharing this with me. Please correct your reporting. So, the KMOV, all the reporting news stations, they said that the firehouse was destroyed. Per the mayor, the firehouse is not destroyed. So, now, that's really interesting because they clearly said that something was destroyed and that fire is inoperable in that space. So, it's really hard to say for certain, but this was a video here. This is from Ran, and this is his video. I don't exactly know where he is at, but it's clear that there's tornado warning sirens around him. There is so much stuff here. So said thank you, and thank you. Yeah, there it is. There's the firehouse in Chester, so it's still standing there. I mean, that's clear as day. The picture's there. And that was at 10:25.
I'm good with that as long as we can document it well enough.
So, we're one follower away from 1,300 followers on Twitter. I appreciate you guys. I really do. We still have that one tornado warning still, and then we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings left. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Is there a chance of a tornado in Taylorville, Illinois? Let me check that real quickly. Taylorville is near Springfield. I would say not at this time. I think that's more of a damaging wind risk for you all, in my opinion. Greenville, Illinois. That's a little bit further south. You guys are actually dealing with the tornado warning at the moment. There's a tornado warning for your area. But the actual rotation in itself has moved off to the east of you, so you guys are almost in the clear. You still have some strong damaging winds moving on through. But then areas further along 70, heading off towards Effingham, you guys are going to get some strong damaging wind gusts, most likely in upwards of 70 miles per hour. I know the warning says 60, but with a giant bowing characteristic like this, what happens is you have a lot of strong damaging winds that surge in behind this line, and usually at the tip of the bow, that's basically right where the peak damaging winds will be, and with segments like this, most likely it will be as strong as 70. Siler with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Is this going to hit West Virginia? Yes and no. Yes, it will hit West Virginia tomorrow. No, it will not be as strong.
2 and 3 also, if you're blocking roads, they can block the roads for you so you guys can get mobile.
Decatur situation. Decatur, just a lot of scattered damaging winds for the most part. That's the main thing there. St. Charles, you guys are in the clear. Everywhere in St. Louis Metro is in the clear. All right, if you are within the Beltway or if you are west of St. Louis, you are in the clear. You have no more severe weather for the night. How's it looking in DuQuoin? Let's take a look there. Yeah, it's that part of the evening where I just look through people's towns and try and figure out if they're all right or not. DuQuoin was actually not far away from the risk here. They're about to get some severe weather. It might brush you guys a little bit. But yeah, you guys are definitely about to get slammed by some severe weather. Or potential severe weather, I should say. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings through this area right now, but there could potentially be some. Cabarrus County, if that's over in North Carolina, did not get severe weather today.
I'm not going to need any of it back, unless there's a flag on it or something. But Mississippi, 28, 67, 69, B-boy over A Adam. 67, 69, B-boy.
But yeah, there's going to be some areas and counties in specific states that don't get as many or as much activity. Siler, thank you so much for becoming a member to the channel. I really do appreciate it. That's the best way to support my channel right there, financially. Becoming a member is only $5 a month. You get exclusive perks like weekly episodes of the podcast that I will upload about weather and stuff like that. You also get shout out, just like what's happening right down below. You get your name that goes across on the live stream. And you get exclusive emotes and stuff like that. So if you want to become a member of the channel, help support me, $5 a month, that'd be greatly appreciated. It's the best way to support me. Just hit that join button down below that was right next to that subscribe button that you pressed. But just, you know, for the record, for people, we have 69 members. All right, 69 members. Thank you guys so much for helping me out. Like, seriously, I really do appreciate it. Belleville, Illinois. Let's take a look and see. Weather for Mount Vernon, Illinois. I'll take a look at that too. Belleville's in the clear. Mount Vernon, Illinois. You guys are in the pathway of these showers and thunderstorms. You guys are about to get some activity. So here is Mount Vernon right now, and here's the line of showers and thunderstorms that'll be moving on through your area. So, I would expect you guys to get this activity here, probably within the next hour and a half to 2 hours, sometime around that time frame. There you go. Are you good to go to bed in Searcy, Arkansas? You guys are gonna get some showers and thunderstorms that are gonna move on through, but they don't seem to be tornadic, so I'd have to say yes as of right now. Make sure you have your notifications on your phone just in case if something happens. That's what I always do, just because I'm paranoid. But still, just based off looking at all of this, the environment, or the, I should say the energy has gone down a bit. Still decent wind shear here, but yeah. Jonesboro, you guys are probably going to get some severe weather a little bit later on, towards the midnight hours. Definitely some stuff. Bye, Nate. See you Tuesday and Wednesday. Yep, see ya. Thanks for coming out. New watch? That is a new watch. Current watch. Yeah, 5:34. That's for northeastern Arkansas. Northeastern Arkansas right there. So yeah, Jonesboro is going to be fine. Kinjaroo 731. You're in Louisville, Kentucky. What's the threat there? For tomorrow, you guys could get some damaging winds and maybe some a chance for a tornado. So I would watch out for that, but it'd be like tomorrow morning when you guys get it. Western Kentucky, you guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds early in the morning, early morning hours. Prior to 8 o'clock, of course. Nathan Foles, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Now we have 70 members. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate everyone who supported the channel. Cape Girardeau. Let's take a look and see. Cape Girardeau. That's south of St. Mary. You guys are getting some severe thunderstorms at the moment, or not exactly severe thunderstorms. You guys are going to get severe thunderstorms. What was that? I'm going to turn off the scanner for right now. So as I said, Cape Girardeau is probably going to get some of these showers and thunderstorms that'll move on through. As I said. So, big thing here to watch out for as this continues to move about. Thank you for all you do. Watch you from the start of stream, but gotta go to bed. Good night from Utah, and prayers for all those affected and still in the path of these storms. I agree. Thank you, Kazaki. I really do appreciate you coming out to the channel, and wouldn't be anywhere where I am right now without people like you, so thank you so much. Check Twitter. I'll check it in a second. I will. Eastern Kentucky. Yeah, tomorrow you guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds with the potential for some tornadoes. How does Marion, Illinois look for the next section moving through? Yeah, give me a second. I will give you an answer here in a second. Marion, which is in the northeast of Cape Girardeau. So yeah, you guys are about to get... Well, you guys haven't been hit officially by the first wave yet. So the first wave is producing some strong damaging winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour across the board. So you guys are probably going to get some of that activity here pretty soon. Or I think you guys already got it, now that I think about it. Nope, you didn't. Alright, I had to update my computer because it was being stupid. Yeah, so you guys are still trying to get this, still potentially getting this severe thunderstorm that'll move on through. So I'd watch out for that, but it's going to be a long period of rain here. So flash flooding is definitely going to be an issue. Definitely some strong damaging winds as the main threat as well. The tornado threat, if we go over to the velocities, I don't really see a whole lot of opportunities for tornadic rotation besides what could be north of you, but that stuff's not coming towards you, so you should be fine in that sense. But if you know anyone who lives north of you on I-57, like West Frankfort and Benton, maybe even Ewing, you guys could potentially see something tornadic, but that's just more or less one of those things as a precautionary, because there could be something that could spin up. You're in Owensboro? Well, yeah, you guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds across the board for the most part. By the time it gets over there, it's not going to really be a big tornado threat. Evansville? Yeah, Evansville and Owensboro is around the same. Let's see if I can put up the tornado probs. Yeah, Evansville and Owensboro is right in the 2% chance for tornadoes, so it's starting to run out of real estate for the significant tornado window. And as a matter of fact, most of these showers and thunderstorms are actually leaving that window here too. You're a FedEx driver out in Springfield, Missouri. Should you be expecting severe weather in the next couple of days? I've heard several different things. So now would be a good time for me to look at the models now that just came in, right? Let's see. Let's see if I can answer your question here. Two seconds as I cherry pick some things. Just want to make sure that the algorithm. All right, I think you should be fine for severe weather in Springfield for the most part. You guys could get some scattered showers and thunderstorms, don't get me wrong. All right, but it's not going to be anything like hugely tornadic. So I think you guys should be fine in that sense. Emerging from basement in Farmington, Missouri. Oh, jeez. Yeah, please be safe out there. I pray for, I really do pray for your town. My goodness. Because that was... Jeez. That just thinking back on what just happened is still very surreal to me. For people who may have joined the stream for the first time, all right? We saw multiple large and violent tornadoes that moved on through in Missouri heading into Illinois, one of which hit a town or even a city of that matter of 8,000 people. And that just that was pretty intense. So if you want to go back into the stream and see it, feel free to do so. But yeah. News just mentioned in St. Clair County, Illinois. Yeah, give me a second. Let me take a look. Can you show how this is moving? You're big into weather and you would like to know. So first off, St. Clair County is in the clear. So if you live anywhere near St. Louis Metro, north, south, east, west, by 30 minutes, you are in the clear, my friends. You are in the clear. How this is happening here is if we take a look at the 500 millibar wind shear, okay, this is the upper level portions of the atmosphere, about 6 kilometers above ground level. We have some very strong wind that is surging into the general area here right now. And you can see how it curls up and goes from a west to east component to now a southwest to northeast component. All right, now, while this is happening, if we go over to the 850 millibar winds, go back over here, you can see winds at 850 millibars, which is about 3 kilometers above ground level, is coming out more from the south-southwest, heading towards the north-northeast. And then, if you were to actually take a look at it, the 30 feet above ground level winds would be coming somewhere like this. And what this does is this creates a general curling in the atmosphere, a shift in wind as you go higher and higher up in the sky. And that's the reason why you see those hooks and those big thunderstorms that I call supercells, because the wind does that. And usually at the bottom, that's where the tornadoes form. And that's how inflow notches get created. And yeah, the rest is history. So that's just the oversimplified version of how a supercell works, and that's the reason why we look at wind shear, because we want to look at that veering. Couple of strong tornadoes possible. So they weren't joking. Yeah, a couple of strong tornadoes possible. What's the probability? 50% for 2 or more tornadoes, 30% for 1 strong tornado. So there definitely still is the potential for something here. One thing that I do want to do, I'm going to move Kansas City's radar down to Little Rock. And I think I should move Springfield, Missouri's radar over to Memphis. Probably would be the best. To try and get out in front of these storms and see if I can catch any of these storms that could potentially be tornadic as well. Probably asked this before, but what inspired me to do live coverages? Very fond of them. My inspiration was 2 parts. First off, Dr. Greg Forbes on the Weather Channel. Amazing scientist. And, yeah, he was a, he was the guy I looked up to for my weather coverage. He inspired me to want to go to weather camps and advanced weather camps, go to forecasting sessions and stuff like that. Talk to meteorologists, try and learn from them, stuff like that. And then the other thing is, I saw some other people on YouTube doing the same thing, and I was like, wait a second, I can do that, except I think I can do it better. Not to sound cocky, but it's just the confidence that I had at the time, because I loved doing it anyways, and so I just did. It's all the more reason why you should have confidence in what you want to do. But yeah, the thing of it is that these storms that are over here in Arkansas, like, they're not really doing anything. That's the reason why I was like, strong tornadoes possible? Bruh? Really? Have you or are you attending OU? Our meteorological school is top notch. I was at Penn State for a little bit for their for Met program. And then, because there was a lot of money, I decided to go to another college that is a little bit cheaper to try and get those classes out of the way. But eventually, my plan, keyword plan, if all things go well, I'm going to try and get back in, go back into the Met program, and then all I will need to take is those Met classes. So, yeah, that's the plan. Wide rotation approaching Carbondale. Broad rotation? If that's the case, that would kind of make sense. Carbondale's down there. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation over there. What radar do I not need anymore? Lincoln? Maybe. Fort Smith, Arkansas. I don't need that anymore. Go over here and then go up to Paducah. There we go. Still 1,200 people strong here on YouTube. I appreciate everyone who stayed here all the way throughout. We have 16,338 subscribers. So thank you guys so much for subscribing to the channel. Another... That's what we get when we don't have our starting quarterback. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that later at another time. Anyone know if Chicago should be worried at all? Probably not. They could see some localized flooding, but otherwise, not exactly a big thing there. There's a casual little cell that's out near Tams. It's a little mini cell. So that'll be interesting to watch as to how that thing develops. There's a little supercell, an embedded supercell. I mean, it's not little, but there's an embedded supercell here over near Marble Hill and Grassy. And there seems to be, I just had to double check to make sure I wasn't blind, a little bit of rotation over near Grassy and Marble Hill. And so definitely something to watch as to how this thing continues to progress. You do have a little bit of a hooking characteristic right here, maybe a little bit of an inflow notch, but there's a lot of showers and thunderstorms out in front to kind of dampen down most of the energy. I mean, sure, it needs moisture, but it needs warm, rich moisture. If you already have showers and thunderstorms, you know how you've been through a typical thunderstorm and then afterwards it gets a little bit cooler? Same concept. If there's showers and thunderstorms there, then boom, it'll make things cooler. Therefore, the warm, moist air not as significant. Thank you, mods. You guys have been doing a good job tonight. I really do appreciate it. Yes, I am using GR2 Analyst as my radar. That's my main radar. That's the one that I've built. Well, that's the one that I've been familiar with the most. It's the one that I actually recommend. If you ever want the best program for severe weather coverage, a lot of people will tell you, oh, get WSV3 or oh, get some other stuff. GR2 Analyst is my thing. I mean, that's the thing to go with for the most part. It has 3D. It has, cross-section slicing. You got ZDR, which is very useful to find ZDR columns when you're doing cross-section. Storm relative velocities. NROT if you really want to go that route. KDP. KDP is useful for downdrafts or downbursts. Even water amounts for flash flooding, stuff like that. All sorts of cool stuff that you can do. It's what Dr. Greg Forbes used when he actually dissected his weather. So, what about Carbondale? You guys are getting your severe weather right now. And I would just brace and try and stay away from windows at this point until everything is gone. Radar Omega and Radar Scope's pretty good. Radar Scope's good for chasing. Radar Omega's good for at-home stuff. Because Omega has a bunch of tools, but Scope, you can just handle a lot better. Can you tell me if you see anything in Marion, Illinois, please? Just strong damaging winds as of right now. Nothing significant. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that I mentioned near Grassy and Marble Hill. And it does have a tornado possible tag on it, so there we go. I mentioned before that there could potentially be a tornado possible with this storm later along the line. And at Cape Girardeau, even though they're not in the severe thunderstorm warning, they're close. You could potentially get something that'll move on through. I'm going to go back over to Little Rock's radar. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Not too much. Jonesboro, Arkansas, you guys are about to get some showers and thunderstorms that'll move on through here within the next hour. How about the forecast here, huh? About midnight when storms will actually reach Little Rock and Jonesboro. Is that pretty accurate? KDI, hello, hello. Now they're shutting down the roads in Chester and into Chester. That makes sense. That's something I would do too. Kind of have to at that point. Trying to look through here. Here's some damage in Palestine Road north of Chester. This is near Three Springs Road. And we can see a lot of tree damage. But look at this sturdy structure right here. That's a good sign here. Because if it was a very significant tornado, we may not see that structure there. But a lot of tree damage here across the board. A lot of crop damage there too. Ian Vincent, hello, hello. No one's hurt at the nursing home? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Reports from police of houses completely gone in Chester. Jeez. I'm looking through trying to find here some other stuff. Yeah, massive damage right there. Jeez. All right, that seems to be it there. Just wanted to look through and see what else is on Twitter in that in the other department. Roof of the nursing home has collapsed. That's not good if that's true. What about Vienna, Illinois? Let's take a look. Vienna, Illinois. That's near Bloomfield. It's a little north of Paducah. So let's go over to the Paducah radar here. And Vienna is about to get hit by a scattered shower and thunderstorm. Nothing really too significant with that. But then you're going to get hit by this massive line afterwards. So I would watch out for this line right here. It's the combination of the first line and the second line. This is the one to really watch out for. So this is the thing to really, you know, look out. Strong damaging winds is the main threat, as I mentioned in my video. Once it starts to get really far overnight, then it'll be that'll be the main risk. Reed is almost to the major impact area on his Facebook stream. Interesting. Might have to take a look at that later. Elijah Fisher, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. God is great for saving the nursing home residents. I agree. Most likely not, Zach. Most likely not. Chiefs will win the Super Bowl. Not with how they played today, they won't. Then again, probably neither will my team either. I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan, and we're injured to absolute down and back. Can I check on Poplar Bluff? Yep, I can. I believe they're already done. No, actually, no, they're not. They're about to get hit by the line here. They're about to get hit by the line here. So here is Poplar Bluff, and here is a line of showers and thunderstorms. And you can see they are now approaching the actual city. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. You could potentially get some strong severe weather with that. And I'm expecting strong damaging winds as the main priority for that storm. Columbus, Ohio, they're expected to get some severe weather tomorrow. Strong damaging winds as well as spotty hail, and maybe even a tornado or two is possible across the area. But it's not expected to be a significant risk, so that is the good news. Yeah, that storm over there near Marble Hill is starting to look kind of interesting. It's one of those storms along the line that could potentially jut out to rear flank downdraft, meaning that a lot of the rain could be wrapping around a lot more efficiently because you have some wind pushing on behind the actual line. So we're gonna have to see how this thing really materializes, but we'll be on for a little bit longer. Eventually I will have to head off for the night, because believe it or not, I do have a life too. But we're gonna want to continue to monitor this life, of course. I will acknowledge that the tornado threat is not as high as it once was. But I'm still going to continue to look out just in case if there's anything. So. What radar do I use? This is GR2 Analyst. If you want it, it's a 21-day free trial. Afterwards, one-day purchase. Well, not one day. One-time purchase of $250. This, in my opinion, is the best radar for severe weather. So if you would like it, feel free to purchase it. Otherwise, I recommend other radar sites such as Radar Scope and Radar Omega. Radar Scope and Omega you can buy for $10 on any sort of mobile device, but then if you want it on your computer, Radar Scope is $30, and if you want Omega on your computer, you have to purchase a subscription plan for your account. But yeah, this is GR2 Analyst right here. This is Radar Scope. I like Radar Scope for storm chasing and stuff like that, and it's not bad for covering it online too. And radar scope, this is the one thing that radar scope has that GR2 doesn't. You can actually go and take a look at radars in Germany and Norway, as well as, if I can get over there, Australia, and, well, we also have, GR2 Analyst has radars in South Korea as well, but the point being is that you get more radars with that, and you also get Canadian radars as well. So, okay, well, we have a couple cameras here that we can use. So let's go full screen here. This is in Puxico, Missouri. Puxico, Missouri. And this was from Radar Omega. So this is one of the perks that you can get from Radar Omega as a subscription. Yeah, pretty nice lightning show over here for the most part. You can definitely tell that you got a bit of a shelf cloud trying to roll on through. I mean, you can clearly see how sky is pretty flat until it gets about here where it dips down. And that's where you got a lot of strong damaging winds kind of just surging in behind and creating a bit of that flat cloud just like that. So that's exactly what's happening here. Your aunts in Frederickstown, they said the carport was blown away and are without power, but have a generator and are okay. Well, that's good. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that. Going to watch the videos now. Good night. Thanks. Very interesting. I'm having this too. Yep. Thanks, Davey, for coming out to the live stream. I really do appreciate it. How's Mountain Grove, Missouri? Mountain Grove, if I remember correctly, is out of the risk. I believe they are out of the risk. And they are indeed out of the risk. So you guys are fine. You guys are okay. Excuse me. Check Twitter. Will do, Sauce Boss. Oh, wow. A camper thrown in the road. Yeah, look at this here. This is a camper that was thrown in the road. Look at that. Crypto with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Will this storm be affecting the Chattanooga area? Yes, tomorrow you guys could potentially see some severe weather. It'd be more or less some scattered showers and thunderstorms, so it won't be as significant as, say, stuff like today. But don't be surprised if you had some strong showers and thunderstorms through your general area in the early afternoon hours, heading into the late afternoon hours. But wow, that is crazy. Yeah, there's a bit of flooding. But sheesh. Alright, no more. No more. Twitter's dead. I'm starting to get tired. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you saw. Yeah, you saw. That's gonna be something that Morgan's gonna make fun of me later. I honestly need to organize my Twitter stuff. True facts. Caught in 16K. Caught in 32K. 32K. I'm also getting really hot. It's 55 degrees outside, and yet it's 75 in here. Yeah, I am sweltering. Sweltering. Only because I can't handle heat. True facts. Is Reed Timmer in St. Mary's? If he's in St. Mary's, then I might probably watch that here live with you all. Use lists on Twitter, that helps. That's true. You're honestly not wrong. I probably will do that. Probably will organize all of the stuff. That's probably the best way to go. Yeah, I need to turn on my fan. There we go. Yep, I'm glad to have covered the severe weather event tonight. As I said, I was debating as to whether or not I had missed the event because I came back and I started live streaming at around 6:15. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to live stream anyways. I'm going to do it. And, yeah. I'm really happy I did. I should do event recap videos for severe and tornado events the day after. I could. That wouldn't be bad either, but there wouldn't be a whole lot of people who would watch it all too much unless if they, saw a little bit of it. Check Marble Hill rotation. Will do. Catch you in the next one. Thanks to you and the mods again. Yep, thanks Ricky Morris. Yeah, there's a little bit. It seems the rotation near Millersville. Oh my goodness, I cannot speak. Millersville is starting to amplify. It also has a bounded weak echo region. So what that basically means is the rain. This is the first time we've seen it all day, and that says something. What happens is the rain is actually being wrapped around the area of rotation, and there's a little hole in the middle where there's not a whole lot of rain. That's where the actual rotation would be. And I just thought I saw someone in the corner of my eye, and it scared the crap out of me. But anyways, there is some good rotation with this, and we probably will see a tornado warning, which is the reason why I decided to stay up. I'm fine, Jennifer. I'm fine. There's the new tornado warning. Look at that. Cape Girardeau. You guys have a new tornado warning until the top of the hour. So midnight. Expect this tornado warning to continue to go on through until that time frame. So if you live near Millersville, Jackson, Fruitland, Pocahontas, areas near I-55, Guys, got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this thing is definitely starting to look like it could potentially be another tornado that could be in progress here soon. This will head right to Fruitland and right into Jackson, and this is going to cross over I-55. I-55 right here. Now, the good news here is that Marble Hill is out of the risk here, all right? Marble Hill is out of the actual tornado threat from this tornado warning, okay? Areas near Oak Ridge, Pocahontas, Fruitland, and Jackson, however, no. You guys are not out of the risk. So, definitely one of those things where you need to get into your safe space now. And there's a reason why they've issued these tornado warnings. Because of the night that we've had, it's going to continue to create instances of tornadoes here, and it's just one of those things where we need to watch out for how this continues to move on through. Matthew Turner, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's the best way to fund my channel, is through becoming a channel member. You get access to weekly episodes of my podcast where I talk about weather and stuff like that. Like you need that, and like you need to listen to that, although I think it's pretty fun. I get to yell at stuff, and I get passionate about weather and talk about stuff like that. So you get that, you get special emotes and perks, you get shouted out in my live streams, just like what's down below. You can see all the names and stuff like that. There you go. So if you want to be a channel member yourself, feel free to hit that join button. That's right next to that subscribe button that you hopefully clicked. Hold up. I want to do something here real quickly. Give me a second. All right, there we go. His podcast is fun. Yeah, I'm also going to be uploading a new episode here, hopefully within the next day or two, if I actually remember to do it. And then, of course, the third episode will be on Friday, because it's going to be every Friday. But can I do a 3D? I can do a 3D of this storm. It's just not going to look all too good, but I'll see what I can do. Spectrum Width has a lot of turbulence right there. So yeah, we could potentially be talking about a tornado on the ground over here near Millersville. Definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility here. Let's take a 3D. All right, let's take a 3D of the storm, see what's happening here. Is Topeka going to get hit? Not today, but on Tuesday, you guys could potentially get some activity. So I'm looking at this here, and the cool thing about it is that you can definitely see the bounded weak echo region. But other than that, there's not really much to say. Lot of rain here. It's very rain wrapped. You got a little bit of a inflow notch right within here where the energy, gets pulled into the thunderstorm. But other than that, you can see a little bit of the hole. If I tilt the camera like this, you can see the hole right within here, actually. So that's where the tornado would probably be. But other than all of that, yeah, that's kind of that right there. Looking through this here real quickly. Bloomington seems to be all right. Do I think Hot Springs, Arkansas will have a tornado warning? They could, but it's very hard for me to say specifically as to whether or not they will actually have, say a tornado warning. Let's go back over to the radar and see. Tornado watch for eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas is shifted east, runs to 4 a.m. Yeah, I'm not staying up until 4 a.m. No offense, but I'm not gonna stay up until 4 a.m. Take a look at the video of Champlain. Sheesh. Oh yeah. Got some pretty nice wind gusts here. There's a new tornado warning. Another tornado warning has just been issued. Another tornado warning has been issued. Here you go. So this is a new tornado warning for Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties, and that will be in effect until this appears to be 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live within these areas near Whitewater, Delta, Dutchtown, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You work in Perryville, everything good there? I mean, Perryville, as of right now, seems to be fine. Through most of the severe weather. The line is pushed through officially, so you guys should be all right. But please proceed with caution. Please proceed with caution. Why have I not gotten a new frame of radar? Kind of confused by my radar at the moment, chat, because my radar is being really buggy. Really buggy. Alright, I'm gonna move my radar, this radar, over to Paducah. Yeah, my radar is kind of just not functioning at the moment. We're going to try and see if we can get that back up for you all. But yeah, we have 2 tornado warnings here at the moment that are surging on through. There we go. All right, we got a more up-to-date scan. So yeah, we have one area of rotation over here near Millersville. We have another one that's just to the south and west of that over near Zalma. And you can actually see the rotation over there as well. So yeah, you got some reds and oranges moving away. You got a little bit of grays and greens moving towards. Definitely got that counterclockwise spin. It's still there. Still there. And then the other storm here near Zalma. Of course, reds moving away, bright greens moving towards. Right there is the rotation. Right in front of us. So we got 2 storms here that are still tornadic. Bollinger, appreciate you correcting me there. This might hit Vienna, Illinois. Yeah, it might. It definitely could. And I can't give any guarantees as to whether or not it won't be tornadic by the time it gets there either. You're back, what did you miss? Depends, when did you leave? Does anyone see the tornadoes right now? Not in person, but on radar we do. The thing of it is that it's too dark for anyone to see it in person, so. Let's see. Looking around at a couple of things. First off, we have 16,378 subscribers, so thank you to everyone who's actually subscribed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. We started out today with just a little under 15,800 subscribers, so we've gained almost 600 subscribers within an entire live stream. That's amazing, and thank you all so much for helping me get this high. We also have 1,800 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much. As I said, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I am getting a little tired. I guess you guys can tell. You can also hear my voice getting a little bit more raspy. Just a little bit, though. How's Illinois, Chicago, and Joliet area specific? Yeah, anywhere up in the Chicago metro area, you guys are fine. You guys are just getting scattered showers and thunderstorms. The main risk here is areas south of it. All right, so that's the big thing there. What's the purple color? These lines right here, this is just basically a program that I have where the satellite tells me what the conditions are specifically in there. So it tells me complex stuff that I would probably know rather than the general public. And it just gives me an idea as to what type of environment we're dealing with here and what I can expect. And in this instance, here we go. Still favorable for tornadoes, so we're still here. It's also kind of the reason why I've been on standby. Champaign, Illinois. Yeah, let's take a look and see. You guys are surprisingly still in the tornado watch, but you guys just went through a massive line of storms, and yeah, you guys made it out of it, so you guys should be good. You guys should be good. You probably aren't going to see any more tornadic activity for the night. I want to go over to the velocities here. There is a little bit of rotation north of St. Joseph, but and so that's probably the reason why they kept the tornado watch. But other than that, really has been these storms over here near Fruitland and Zalma. Now it looks like the storm near Fruitland has actually dissipated a little bit. Actually, I retract. It's dissipated a lot. Or it's lost its structure, I should say. So yeah, that's the good news from this. Twitter, I'll check Twitter in a second. All right, I think I'm going to head out, get some sleep. Thank you so much for, yeah, no problem, no problem. As I said, you know, I'll always be here. I'll upload my videos. If you want to come watch my videos too, that would be great too. Yeah, as I said, guys, you know, if you subscribe to my channel, subscribing is free to the, by the way, to the channel. But I upload videos on occasion talking about weather and how it can happen as well as where it can happen. as well as how significant it could be. So, yeah. If you like that stuff, feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications. Metropolis, Illinois. Where's that at? That's over near Paducah. Oh, it's that. You guys are... You guys could get some severe weather. Probably within the next hour, maybe hour and a half. Something like that. No more isolated supercells? Nope. That's kind of the reason why I was like, potential for strong tornadoes in northeastern Arkansas? Huh? Didn't make any sense to me. It really didn't. But... because most of this stuff is pretty linear at this point. Everything's formed into one giant line, and it's just the environment, the energy is starting to deplete more and more, and I was just like, alright, well, cool. I was Cape Girardeau. You guys are kind of surrounded by a couple of tornado warnings at the moment. So I would watch out for these storms. The one to your north is has more than likely dissipated. The one over here near Zalma, however, has not, and this will continue to move on through. It still looks like it actually is continuing to intensify. So if you live near places like Whitewater, as well as Dutchtown, I highly recommend watching out for this severe weather here as it continues to move about. Can you look at the weather and rain, the tornado watch for Blue Mountains, please? Blue Mountains, Arkansas, I believe is what you are asking about. You guys are all right. You guys are, stuff has already passed you all, so you guys should be fine for the evening. The tornado warning for the cell in Fruitland has now been canceled. That is the good news there. Owensboro, Kentucky, if I remember correctly, that's like over here. Yep. You guys are probably going to get some severe weather. I cannot guarantee as to them not being tornadic. Jeez, I've had a long day. My goodness. I cannot guarantee if they're going to be tornadic or not. So just stay on alert. Or the easier way of putting it is turn on notifications for the emergency alert system, making sure your notifications are on. That way, it can inform you as to whether or not you have, say, a tornado warning within your area. There you go. You'll be fine. Please show Blue Mountains. Fine. Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure. Blue Mountains is over here. Somewhere across this area. There you go. Is Missouri good now? Chester got hit. Yeah, Chester did get hit. We were there when we watched it, and I think Chester, as of right now, is in the clear, so they're not going to get any more severe weather until maybe possibly later in the week. Can I show Charleston? Charleston. It's not Charleston, West Virginia. Charleston, Illinois? Is it Illinois? It might be Illinois. Yeah, it's all the way over there. There you go. Charleston, Illinois, which is over near Springfield. It's right there. There you go. Yeah, St. Louis. There you go. You got some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Let's see if I can get a better radar. See if I can get a better radar for you. Reflectivity. There's Charleston. You can see your scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. For the most part. Fairfield, Illinois. Let's see. You're 12 and you're scared of everything? I can understand that, and I can sympathize as well. Trust me, it's not that big of a deal for, asking questions. It's just hard enough for me to answer them because there's so many people talking around and or I'm half asleep. So, yeah, Fairfield is not out of the risk yet. Right here's Fairfield. Circled that in the black circle. And you got still this giant mass of showers and thunderstorms that'll continue to move on through. Strong damaging winds is going to be the main risk here for you. Not exactly a huge tornado risk. Thanks, SFO. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I appreciate everyone who's subscribed to the channel. Vike Irishman with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, good job in watching from Ireland. Thank you so much. As I said, I really do appreciate it. And glad you guys love your love the political leader that you support. See you later, Nate. Appreciate the hard work been doing. These people have a nice night. Yep, you too. You too. Have a good one. Tour canceled. Did it get canceled? If it did, that wouldn't make sense. There's the other one up in Fruitland that got canceled. I knew about that. This one here, it looks like it just got updated, so probably not. You have a sub? Well, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I do need to check Twitter. My bad. My bad. We have 16,400 subscribers now. 16,414. I really do appreciate you guys. Like, thank you so much. That is a scary coincidence. I'm not going to say anything, but that's just scary. That person pulled into downtown Chester. They got to go into the northern portions of Chester. Donut. More damage on the north side of Chester. Yeah, that's a barn that's collapsed. Here, take a look at this. Barn that's collapsed from the tornado right there. Big time stuff. And there you go. Tornado warning got canceled. And it's been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. Dyersburg, Tennessee time frame. Excuse me. Let me wrap my head around this real quickly. Alright, let's take a look at the models. Dyersburg. Let's go to the HRRR because things happen on a hourly basis. Because yes. And precip type. There we go. Okay, Dyersburg. 3 a.m. give or take. Maybe a little bit earlier. I'd say 2 a.m. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Same thing with Memphis as well. You got an approval comment saying you're such a bad mod and read streams. Seems legit. That's kind of funny. That is pretty funny. For people who are trying to wonder when Jonesboro can be impacted, 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time is when you guys can be impacted. looking at the top part of your screen, that's the timings for you all when severe weather is actually going to be present compared to when it is on the screen. So if you want to correlate, if you live in any of these areas and you're like, oh, thunderstorms live over there, look to that time. That's around the time in which you guys can actually get your activity. I appreciate everyone who joined the Discord server. My goodness. A lot of people joined the Discord server. If you haven't already, join the Discord server. Link will be in the chat for those of you who want to join the Discord server. A lot of people in there. I'm actually curious as to how many people there are. Oh my goodness. We have gained a lot. We have gained a lot. Yes, we have gained a lot of people. Yeah, my goodness. My bot probably hasn't registered it all the way yet, but like there's a lot of people that just joined. Yes. And then I'm also curious as to how many messages we have. Yeah, the past 24 hours we've had over 6,650 messages. That makes sense. A lot of people have been talking about it. Where am I located? I'm currently located in southern Pennsylvania. No, it's fine, Parker. It's all good. It's all good. Says the Cape Girardeau warning is canceled, but we haven't even been hit yet by the bad part. That's mainly because the actual portion that was expected to move through your area has weakened below tornadic capabilities. So now it's a severe thunderstorm. And this thing definitely has a massive damaging wind gust here. Look at this massive bow echo that's surging on through. Probably at the tip of that, right about here, that's about to head straight into Cape Girardeau. That's where the strongest damaging winds are going to be located. And you might even see a tornado here at the rear over here. A bookend vortex is possible. So I would not be surprised. Is Discord free? Yes, you just got to be 13 years or older to join the server. Did we get over 1K subs today? We didn't get 1K subs in a day, but I mean, my mentality has always been, as long as I get one new subscriber, I'm happy. Because that tells me I'm doing something right. If I am not, getting subscribers, then there's something wrong with me and there's something wrong with my content. And of course I need to change it. But for me right now, from a business perspective, I think I'm doing fine. Mind checking your Twitter DM? No, I don't mind. I'll go over. Can I check Knoxville for tomorrow? You're on East End, Yellow Convective, thank you. Yep, give me a second. Let me take a look at Knoxville. Someone went through and actually added me on Twitter, said, can you check that? I'm like, alright, fine. Knoxville, 10 a.m. is when you guys can get some scattered showers and thunderstorms, and then you can expect to see more even after that. So, something to look at that. Watch out for. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. All right, looking at DMs now. Give me 2 seconds. Storm near oil trough is trying to rotate. Is it? Is it now? Where's that even at? Newport. Where the heck is Newport? Oh, 67. So is this 67? Negative. That's not 67. It's 55. I cannot find 67 to save the life of me. There's 70. 72. Yeah, I might just be blind. I might honestly just be blind. Interstate 67, searching it up. I can't search it up apparently. uh Newark. Let's just look up Newark, Missouri, which is over here. That's the Newark Fire Department. It might not be the Newark that I'm looking for. And it probably isn't. Oh, it's Arkansas. It's Arkansas, you say? But of course. There's a couple storms here along Mountain Pine Hot Springs and Benton. From the home state of Pennsylvania, I was in Pittsburgh. Originally, I actually came from West Virginia, but then moved over to Pennsylvania. And now here I am. Can't seem to get past the rules in Discord. If you do have that issue, there is a green check mark down at the bottom. If you just tap that once, you'll be able to get past. It'll open all sorts of different stuff for you, all sorts of different channels for you to type in. So hit that green check mark to agree to the terms of service. Looking through, trying to find something before. We're in Pennsylvania. Wish I could get you on my Facebook weather group. You're phenomenal at what I do. I mean, I don't talk on Facebook all too much, but I'm in South Central PA, south of Harrisburg. Way south of Harrisburg, actually. Charleston again? Yeah, why not? Here, let's take a look. So, here's Charleston. You can see that it's now starting to get into heavier bands of rain before it actually starts to deplete, and it'll just be some general scattered showers and thunderstorms. But, for the most part, here it is now. It's starting to get to the end of it. And we are starting to get to the end of the live stream here. We'll take a look here. Take a look at this camera while we're watching. This is in southeastern portions of Missouri. It's just west or southwest of Jonesboro. Fun. But yeah, we are starting to get to the end of the live stream here. We're going to watch the camera for a little bit. I will say, as I said, we are starting to wind down here on the live stream. So I really do appreciate all what you guys have done here for the channel. I really do. We are less than 100 likes away from 2,000 likes on the live stream. So I really do appreciate what you guys have all done for the channel and helping me get this far. And yeah, I pray for all the people that are out getting impacted by these storms and these other severe weather events that will occur later on in the week. I also pray for the people impacted by these significant tornadoes within the past 6 hours. So, I mean, my goodness. Pretty crazy. You live in Charleston. Do you think it's good to go to bed as of right now? Yes, I do. As I said, I'm sorry I did not live stream earlier than I could have. I was not home, and I was really trying to book it home to try and get here. So I'm glad I streamed when I did. I'm glad I got, you know, the worst out of everything. I'm glad I didn't just say, oh, I'm not going to live stream, because I think I got, you know, I think the worst has already passed me. You know, I'm really happy that I was able to try and make a difference. That is a big shelf cloud over there on the right-hand side. Look at that. Did you see that? Jeez. Original Kevin 97 says, I look at weather coming at me myself, and I use you as background noise. Still appreciate what you do. Thanks. Yep, no problem. Thank you so much for coming out to my channel. I really do appreciate it. Can I look at Indy? Indy's not doing a whole lot at the moment. There's just getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Is it okay to go to bed in Evansville? Evansville is really close to these scattered showers and thunderstorms. You can go to bed if you want to, but you guys are probably going to get some severe thunderstorms that'll move on through. Probably won't be all too tornadic, although you do have the potential for some. But other than that, probably not super significant. Maybe a spin-up tornado is possible, but other than that, probably not. Only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings left here. One is in Illinois for Alexander, Union, Cape Girardeau, and Scott counties. So that's actually Missouri and Illinois. That'll be in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then this other severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence and Randolph counties. That'll be in effect until 12:30. Guys, I really do, as I said, I really do appreciate everyone who's came out to the live stream. Done so much for me, helped me out so much. Of course, I will upload a video tomorrow, probably tomorrow morning, updating you all as to what could potentially be happening tomorrow, as well as on Tuesday, and Wednesday, of course. And, even afterwards, if there's more weather that's going on in the United States, expect me to cover it, at least to some extent. But yeah, if you did enjoy the video, please be sure, well, it's not a video, duh, it's a live stream. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you are new, turn on notifications, and share this with friends and family and on social media. Follow me on social medias. Links will all be in the description down below. Thank you guys so much. God bless you all. Please stay safe. Big thing there. If you have any questions, feel free to DM me on Discord or on Twitter. Or if you really want to go that far, go to Instagram. But Twitter or Discord is probably going to be the places where I'm going to respond the most. And yeah, I will see you guys in tomorrow's video. So peace out, everyone. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and stay safe.